General Ndlovu came to the scene as provincial head of detective on the scene.
Okay. Angazi isikhathi abafika ngaso engikwaziyo ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibiya wayela phayana ke nanjengophethe ke noma ongameleke iDPCI noma ngokubizwa ukuthi ama-Hawks kusifunda bese kuthi uGeneral Ndlovu wayaka ngoba ukuthi uyena ke ohola abaseshi noma ke ama-detectives kusifunda.
And General Musigili was also from the province.
Naye ke uGeneral Musigili wayebuya kusona isifunda.
Do you know if there was any communication between General Sibiya and Mr. Silo Chikotwala?
Any communications?
Yes.
No, my lord, I don't know them.
Uyazi yini ukuthi kwakukhona yini ukukhuluma noma ke ukuxoxa kwakukhona phakathi kwaGeneral Sibiya noChikotwala? Ikwazi lokho.
Was Chikotwala also on the scene, if I may be clarified?
No. I've put it long time that Chico was not there. Even during the evidence of Mr. Stein. I've said it that his cell phone which was recorded in the name of Chico was not at the crime scene.
So the discussion was supposed to have taken place where?
It was a communication between Chikotwala and General Sibiya. When General Sibiya was at the scene.
At the scene?
Yeah, Chico was not at the scene.
Yeah, you can communicate with the phone. So
yes.
You're communicating with Chico, not on the scene.
Correct.
But Twala, Sibiya at the scene.
Yes.
That's what I want to know.
That's correct.
Yes.
I just want to establish do you know whether, or did it came to your attention that General Sibiya also phoned Warrant Officer Makubo to attend to the crime scene?
Warrant Officer Makubo?
Yes, Mishek Makubo.
No,
he was called after 12 midnight, towards 1 in the morning, early hours in the morning.
From which section was Warrant Officer Makubo?
He's from the DPCI, from the Hawks.
What I understood was General Sibiya was from the DPCI, from the Hawks. General Ndlovu was from provincial office. No, because Senzo was the national goalkeeper after the incident, DPCI came to the scene to attend the scene to find out what transpired. Maybe the docket will be theirs. So if General Sibiya comes to the scene, he will call his team of investigating officers to come with him. Yeah. General Ndlovu also called his team of investigating officers to come to the scene. But this thing was discussed at the scene. That's where the agreement was made that the provincial office will take over the docket, and then General Sibiya and his members withdrew from the scene.
Okwenzeka lana ke ngaba uyazini ke ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibiya washayela ucingo washayela yena ke uwarrant officer Makubo uMishek naye osebenza kuma-Hawks. Umephendula ke ufakazi uthi okwenzeka lana ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke uSenzo ke waye nozinti ke noma ke ugoalkeeper we-national team kwase manje kuza ke ama-DPCI ukuzolalela ukuthi kwenzakalani naye ke futhi iprovince noma isifunda seza uma ngabe eza ke uGeneral Sibiya uzoza nethimba lakhe labaphenyi uma uNdlovu eza uzoza nethimba lakhe labaphenyi isinqumo sathathwa khona lapho ke ukuthi isifunda noma iprovince ezoqhubeka nophenyo wabese uGeneral Sibiya nethimba lakhe ke bayahoxa bona ke.
Since then, my lord, General Sibiya was never involved in the investigations. General Ndlovu and the provincial team and head office also were involved in this, but not General Sibiya.
Ukusuka ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke uGeneral Sibiya akabanga ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo noma yophenyo ke kwaba ke uGeneral Ndlovu nethimba lakhe ke kanye ke nesifunda ke kanye futhi ke nayo ihead office.
I'm talking about what happened that night. I'm not talking about general investigations. I'm saying I'll call Makubo on my defense, who will come and give evidence relating to that evidence. Makubo was called by General Sibiya that night. Upon his arrival, he called him aside to assist him to reconstruct the crime scene. And certain questions, I'll tell those questions that General Sibiya asked from Warrant Officer Makubo.
My lord, if he was called to reconstruct the crime scene, in what way will he reconstruct the scene?
Engikushoyo ke mina ke hayi lokho okhulumayo wena kophenyo ukuthi ke uGeneral Sibiya waxhumana ke nayo uMakubo uMakhubo uma esefika lapho wambizela ecaleni-ke wamcela-ke ukuthi alekeleleke ukuthi-ke balungiseke noma benzeka ushaka noma lokhu kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi reconstruct i-crime scene noma indawo yesigameko. Uthi-ke uma iphendula akwenze ngayiphi-ke indlela uma kuwukuthi wakwenza lokho.
All right. Before I get into that question that you have just posed, are you aware that Warrant Officer Makhubo is investigating the docket 375 of 375 of 01/2019? Are you aware of that?
My Lord, I'm aware that there was a docket open, but I don't know who was investigating that docket.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi-ke uMakhubo uphenya lela dokodo eliwu-375/01/2019? Ngiyazi ukuthi yebo khona-ke idokodo lavulwa kodwa ngazi ukuthi ubani oliphenyayo.
Let me get back into what will be is the version of Warrant Officer Makhubo. He said he was called upon his arrival. Shadrach Spear called him and asked him if he observed what has happened here, what could be his opinion. And Warrant Officer Makhubo, after he has assessed the scene, he told General Spear there and there that there are no intruders that came here.
As a court, please, my lord, I don't know if it's proper to put hearsay evidence to this witness. If Makhubo is going to testify, Warrant Officer Makhubo is going to testify, he can testify about it. But to slip in hearsay evidence by General Sibia via Makhubo, we submit, my lord, that that is not permissible.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezu.
It's not hearsay because I mentioned that I'm going to call Warrant Officer Makhubo. The only thing that my colleague can fix at the moment is to prepare the calling of Captain Bentley. Who's that Bentley? The one that who Bentley? Yes, the one who called Mangena to the scene. I think he should be concerned about that. Because I said I'm going to call I've called Warrant Officer Makhubo and I still have to call him on the so that cannot be a hearsay. This is what is going to tell the court because I put it here on record that Makhubo will tell the court that upon his observation, after he concluded checking the scene, he told Shadrach Spear there and there was no hesitation. He told Makhubo he told General Spear that there are no intruders.
And this is after 12 o'clock.
That is after that.
And the alleged murder of
it happened
at
10,
about
9.
9, 8 somewhere.
9, yes.
8, 9.
That's correct.
So he comes after 3 hours.
It comes after 3
The
hours.
house is empty.
Yes.
There are no intruders, he says.
Yes.
Okay,
No
fine.
intruders. Then he told General Spear that people that are in the house knows what happened.
My Lord, I can't comment on that. I don't know anything about that.
Kulokho kushoyo-ke ukuthi-ke uSibiya wakhulumisana noMakhubo, wase-ke uMakhubo lapho-ke etshela uSibiya-ke ukuthi cha abekho abantu abangena lana, abantu abasendlini bayazi ukuthi kwenzekani, akukho engingakusho kulokho.
Do you know of any meeting or a second meeting that was held at Melrose Ark? At Melrose Ark.
No, my Lord, I don't know of any meetings.
Akukho engikwaziyo mayelana nomhlangano owenzeka eMelrose Ark.
Thank you, sir. Before I conclude, may I just quickly check if there's something I've omitted. Oh, lastly, my Lord, may I have your permission to approach accused number 1?
Yeah, fine. No problem. Do you know Melrose Ark, sir? Is there a police station there?
I don't know, my Lord.
You don't know whether it's a police station there. How do you
It's
know?
a police station, not Santen.
How do
They
you
don't
know?
use Santen police station.
Melrose Arch. No, I want to know.
I know it.
Yeah, how do you know it? If you do know it.
I only know it when I pass them.
ngiyazi ngomvula khona-ke imelrose
Okay.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Yes, Mr. Moshamo Sipidi.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. Morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Advocate.
At the beginning, let me just put it on record to say, on behalf of accused number 2, we don't know what happened at the scene, inside the kitchen, at that crime scene. So I'm not going to proffer any theory of explanation about what happened there, because my instructions are that accused number 2 says he was not at that scene. He's not part of the people that committed this offense, and he doesn't know anything about that offense.
angikusho-ke ngisaqala-ke ukuthi-ke akukho engizokusho kuwena-ke ngithi yilokhu okwenzeka laphayana kwenzeka lokhu, cha akuzange kwenzeke lokhu, ngoba-ke uyasho-ke ummangalelwa wesibili ukuthi yena-ke wayengekho laphayana, wayengasona ingxenye yabantu ababekhona laphayana kuleya ndawo ngaleliya langa. Manje-ke okwenzeka laphaya akakwazi.
Now, what I want to begin with is recapping on your training, your experience, and your background in forensic ballistics. Now, if understood, your evidence last year was that at the time you were 29 years in the police and 28 years in the ballistic section of the forensic science laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
Uma ufakaza noma uthula ubufakazi bakho-ke kunyaka ondlule ushilo-ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso uneminyaka ewu-29 usemaphoyiseni, futhi-ke uneminyaka ewu-28 usebenza-ke ngama-ballistics noma-ke ibhamu ney'nhlamvu.
And you are a forensic crime scene analyst and a forensic firearms and firearms components tools examiner, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi-ke ngisebenza-ke kuyindawo zeyigameko, ngisebenza futhi ngokuphathelene nazo ibhamu.
And amongst others in your training, you have received training with regard to what is termed a comparison microscope, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngikhulumile-ke nange-microscope eyokuqhathanisa noma lokhu kubiza-ke ngokuthi-ke i-comparison microscope esetshenziswa-ke ukuqhathanisa.
In brief, for those of us who are not ballistically learned, what is a comparison microscope?
My lord, the comparison microscope is the instrument that we use to compare. It's either your bullets or your cartridge cases, if they have the similar markings on them, which were transferred by a firearm during the firing process.
Lana-ke leyo microscope engikhuluma ngayo-ke isetshenziselwa-ke ukubheka-ke ukuthi khona yini-ke uma usebenzisa inhlamvu kanye futhi nalo-ke igobolondo, ukubheka ukuthi akhona yini ama-mark afanayo-ke adluliswe yisibhamu ngenkathi-ke sisetshenziswa isibhamu leso ukuthi sidubule.
Yes, but I want to give everybody a picture of what that comparison microscope is, because I'm used to this lab comparison microscope that we used to use at school, the single one that you look here. Yours, how does it look, and how do you test an exhibit bullet together with a test bullet on that microscope?
My lord, using a comparison microscope, what we normally do is, if you have two specimens, let's say 2 bullets,
Yes.
let's say picked up from the crime scene or collected from the crime scene, we come with them and then we mark them, and after marking them, you put them on your microscope to compare the.
Esokwenzekayo asithi uney'nhlamvu ey'mbili. Enye uzithole lezo nhlamvu lezo la isigameko senze khona. Uyayithatha-ke uza nazo ila oyimaka khona-ke usuthatha khona-ke yona-ke lelo thulusi leyo noma leyo microscope leyo-ke uzoyisebenzisa ukubheka noma ukuqhathanisa.
When using the comparison microscope, what you'll do is you'll put one specimen on your left-hand side and then the other specimen on your right-hand side. When you look through the eyepiece, you can see both items at the same time.
Mase uyayithatha ke manje zombili enye uyibeka kwisandla sakho sokunxele enye uyibeka kwisandla sakho sokudla bese uyathatha ke manje lokhu obheka ngakho uyayibona ke zombili ngesikhathi esisodwa.
So in essence, that comparison microscope, it's two lenses, this side and this side, connected together, and you can focus on two bullets, the one on the left, the one on the right, and you do your comparison. Is that my understanding of how that entrapment works?
That's correct, man.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke ama-lens amabili ke owasebenzisayo ukubheka lezi inhlamvu ezimbili ke le ese-left right.
And furthermore, regarding your training, you said you received training on the different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components, and you also traveled to or visited factories and manufacturers of ammunition and bullets. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi na uqeqesho lwami ke luhlangene nokwenziwa ke nendlela ezahlukeneke zokwenza kwazi ibhamu nokuya ke kuma factories la kwenziwa khona inhlamvu.
And you have visited, I'm not going to repeat them, local factories here in South Africa. You've visited is it the Norinco factory in China or the Norinco? I don't know the difference, Norinco.
That's correct. In Norinco, we've visited a number of factories in Norinco which manufacture the Norinco type pistols.
Kuyiqiniso ngokumayelana nayo ke iNorinco saya kuma factory ke ahlukene enza ke ama pistol ayo iNorinco.
And you have also, during your evidence, when you are putting your experience, referred to several what are called noteworthy cases that you were involved in, correct?
That's correct, man.
Ushilo ke futhi nangamakhala ke ahlukene ke oso uyileke noma ke osebenze kuona yebo.
There's a case that I'm going to refer you to, but I haven't printed it yet regarding your experience. Then I'll discuss it at the end of my evidence with you. So I'll move on. In your industry, that is the ballistic section, there's certain terminology that you use regularly in your work, correct? Certain terminology. I'll give you the terms and I want you to describe or explain them or what they mean, right? When we talk about an identification, what are we talking about?
When we talk about identification,
Yes.
it's when you're using your microscope, you look for identification marks, those or similar markings which are identical
Yes.
on both. It's either your test or your exhibits or both your exhibits. It depends on what you're working on.
All right.
You look for the similarities,
Yes.
then you can identify. Once you have your identification, any mark that you can identify, that's the mark that you're going to use to identify further exhibits that are related or maybe which were caused by the same tool or the same firearm.
Lana sikhuluma ke ngaloko okutholayo ke uma ubheka ke kule tools obengikhulume ngalo ukuthi siyasebenzisa ubheka ke ama mark noma imark ethize oyitholayo ke iyona ke leyo ke esikhuluma ngayo uma sikhuluma ngaloko ke umele athi ke identification.
And you speak about, when you are doing a comparison and a finding, you speak about an elimination or exclusion. What does that mean?
Right. Elimination or exclusion is where you find two specimens that you can see there's differences in them, showing that they were not made by the same tool. Then you eliminate one from, let's say you have a firearm and a bullet from a crime scene or a cartridge case from a crime scene. With a firearm, you're going to shoot the test. You compare the test that you fired with this firearm with the exhibits that you recovered from a crime scene. Then you look for the similarities. If there are no similarities, you can see more differences on those, or you can see more different class characteristics or different individual marks. Then you say that you are eliminating it. It was not fired from this specific firearm.
Lana sikhuluma ngokuthi uma usuvivinya ke ubheka ke usebenzisa sona ke ispam. Ubusuyathola ke ukuthi cha akukho ke lana okutholakalayo noma ukuthi ke lokho okutholakala lana kuyatholakala nangalana kuyafana ke yila manje esesikhuluma khona ukuthi ke usuyayikhipha ke ukhiphele eceleni.
And you also talk within examination, comparison, and findings about an inconclusive finding. What does inconclusive mean?
My Lord, when we refer to inconclusive findings, the inconclusive findings is where you are working on them. You can see the similarities, maybe of class characteristics and subclass characteristics, but you cannot see all the markings that you see, the individual markings that you are looking at. You can see them, but they are not sufficient enough to make it positive. Then you say that it's inconclusive. Well, by inconclusive, you meaning that it cannot exclusively say that this specific bullet or this specific cartridge case was fired in this firearm. The class characteristics may be the same, but the individual markings are not sufficient enough to make it positive.
Lana sikhuluma ngokuthi ke uma ukuthi uyabheka ubusiyathola ukuthi yebo khona ngikubonayo kodwa ke akwaneleke ukuthi ke ngafikelela kusinqumo noma ngithi iloko ila esikhuluma khona ke ngokuthi ke lokho engikutholile akwanele.
And furthermore, you then speak about not suitable for identification. When will that situation arise?
When we say it's not suitable for identification, we are referring to if it's a bullet, it's fired, it's damaged, in a condition that you cannot do a comparison of the individual markings to the test or other bullets.
Lana ke sikhuluma ngokuthi asebenziseke inhlamvu ukuthi le nhlamvu itholakeleke kodwa ke isimo engasona ke ukuthi le nhlamvu akukho ukuthi ke ukhona ongakuthola ke kuyona ke noma ke ungakwazi ukuthi ungaqhathanisa ilapho sisho ke ukuthi ayikulungele noma ke ayikho suitable ukuthi ke unga-identify noma ukhona ongatholakala kuyona.
And when you have done your examination comparison, you come to a conclusion which is a match. You say that there is sufficient agreement. What is meant by sufficient agreement?
My Lord, when we say it's a sufficient, we have sufficient agreement of individual characteristics or individual marks. That's when you look at the similarities. If the similarities that you see on both items are exactly the same, you can say that this is a match.
Lana ke uma ke usuqhathanisa ke usuyathola ke ukuthi ke lokho oqhathanisayo ke kwamazibitha amabili ke kufana ngamashi ila esisho khona ke manje sebenzisa ke legama ke elithi ke sufficient agreement ngoba ke lokho okuthola ngala uyakuthola nangala.
Now there's an acronym AFTE, AFTE. Do you know it and do you know what it stands for?
Yes, my Lord, I attended the FT seminar in 2012 in New York, in Buffalo City. FT is a seminar, Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners.
Ukhuluma nge-FT ukhuluma ke ngeseminar engaya kuyona ke eNew York which year?
2012.
2012.
Sorry, at which institute or university?
It's an association of toolmark examiners from different countries. They normally meet every year.
Lana ke sikhuluma ke ngenhlangano noma association ke ehlangana unyaka nonyaka futhi ke buya kumazwe ahlukene.
And correctly so, it's an international association of members who are firearms and toolmark examiners.
That's correct, yes.
Lena ke inhlangano ke abantu ababuya ke kumazwe ahlukahlukene futhi ke abasebenza ngazo ke ibham noma ke lokho bizwa ukuthi ama toolmarks.
And there are members to AFTE, associate members and non-members, but all of you, and when I say you, I mean firearm and toolmark examiners. You adhere to AFTE's standards, theories, and principles when you do your examination comparison of ballistic evidence, tools, and bullet components, whatever you are doing in your field.
That's correct, my Lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi sonke ke kuyonhlangana noma la sihlangana khona ke sisebenza noma senza ke izinto ngokwendlela ke elindele yayo lenhlangano.
And there's what is called AFTI's theory of identification. Do you know it?
Yes, I know the FT theory of identification.
nayo-ke i-after theory leyo ngiyayazi.
Can you, in brief, explain the general principles of that theory?
The theory of identification.
Yes.
Right. With the theory of identification, my lord, is when you look, take you do your comparison, and in your comparison, you look at the similarities of your exhibit, maybe, or your specimens. And during the process of your comparison, in the theory, you look at the similarities. You start with your class characteristics. You go to your subclass, if there's any subclass, and then you go to your individual markings. Comparison on those things. When you do the theory of identification, normally what we are looking at, it's a pattern match. You look at the pattern. If there's any pattern, like the shape of your firing pin, what marks do we have in the firing pin? Sometimes you find that it's not striation, it's a pattern. You compare the pattern. If one firearm has been used to do to create patterns, you will see all your patterns on all your firearms or the specimens which are fired in a specific firearm. So normally with the
AFTI.
No, with the theory of identification, you do your comparison based on that. You look at the contour, you look at the depth of your markings, you look at the spacings of all your markings or between the markings on those. That's a theory that we normally use when you do a comparison.
And what does that theory, so sorry, Mr. Jonas?
I'm not going to repeat myself. Just go on. I mean, that's great to me. So for you to go so long and expect me to, so just go on. It's the same thing I requested yesterday. Just go on.
No, but the accused persons need
but
to
we
know.
need to be fair.
Yes.
I asked this yesterday, so it's repeating. So what must I interpret?
Colonel Mangena, I'm going to request you, for the purposes that the accused can also be interpreted to what is being said, break down your answers in small sections and allow Mr. Jonas to interpret. So let's start at the beginning.
I apologize for that, man.
Let's start at the beginning. Just give me the gist of the three principles on which the after theory of identification is based.
Right. With the three principles of the FT theory.
Let me be fair to you, Colonel. If you've got a literature in front of you, you can just read it verbatim as is, then you can explain it.
Right. With the theory of identification, as it pertains to the comparison of a tool mark, enables the opinion of common origin to be made when the unique surface, contour, and of two tool marks are sufficient.
Yes, allow him to
Agreement.
interpret, please.
Uma sikhuluma nge-theory noma lokhu okuchazayo noma identification kumayelana nokuqhathanisa lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-tool mark, wona-ke anikeza ngovo nokuchaza-ke ukuthi-ke la okusuka khona-ke lokho kwenziwa kanye futhi-ke nama-tool mark amabili ukuthi-ke anele lokho kubizwa-ke ngokuthi ngesivumelwano noma isivumelwano esanele sufficient agreement.
And the second principle, Colonel?
That the sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random tool mark as evidenced by the correspondence of the pattern or combination of patterns on the surface contour.
Okay. Yeah, read it, all of it, the whole of the second
All right.
principle, then he'll interpret.
The significance is determined by the comparative examination of two or more set of surface contours, patterns, comparisons, and individual peaks, ridges, and furrows, especially the relative heights, depth, with curvatures and spatial relationships of the individual peaks, ridges, and furrows within one set of our surface contour are defined as and compared to corresponding features of the second set of the surface contour. Agreement is significant when the agreement in individual characteristics exceed the best agreement demonstrated between the tool marks are known to have been produced by the different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tools known to have been produced by the same tool. The statement that sufficient agreement exists between two tool marks means that the agreement of individual characteristics is of a quantity and quality that the likelihood that another tool could have made marks is so remote to be considered a practical impossible.
To the court, my lord, can I just ask this to be explained in layman's terms? This is correct.
Yeah, but you know what? I've read about ballistics. The tools are not applicable here. Is that not so, sir? With consent about ballistics. A tool I know.
With a tool?
Yeah, you can take an X. The contour, the depth, the width, fine. But I think this court is concerned about the ballistics in this case.
My lord, let the expert testify.
Yes,
He's explaining,
yes,
because I said firearms and tool marks. And this principle, this theory of identification covers both experts who are tool mark examiners, who are firearm
but he's reading from
examiners.
there. You see, that's my problem.
He's reading?
You said he must read from there. You said
Yes,
so.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
because I'm interested in the application.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Has he ever applied all those theories?
I'm coming to that, my
Oh,
lord.
okay,
My
fine.
lord is jumping the gun.
Okay, fine, yeah.
In simple layman's language, my lord, is how you do comparison. You are comparing the contour, you're comparing the marks transferred to a firearm. By a firearm to your tool mark. It's either your bullet or your cartridge cases. You look at the contour, you look at the spacings of your marks, you look at the continuity of it.
Lana nje ngafishi nje ukuthi yonke lokho bekufunda la ku number 2 ukuthi ukuqhathanisa noma ukuthola ke ama marks noma yini ke kusona ke isibhamu noma okundluliselwe isona isibhamu noma kudluliselwa kwinhlamvu. Yes.
Right. When you say that there's agreement of sufficient marks, it's when all those are in line and are consistent. Where you can see the similarities, the contour is the same, the mark depth sometimes becomes exactly the same, or it will depend on your firearm. But all those marks will be exactly the same. Then, where it will be impossible for two different tools to create the same marks like those ones.
Lana ke mase sikhuluma manje ngayo ke i-sufficient agreement sikhuluma ngokuthi ke onke ke lama marks noma konke lokhu okubhekayo ke uyakuthola ukuthi ke isibhamu ngaba yini ke lama characteristics noma le impawu lezi eyidluliselwe isona isibhamu kuyona inhlamvu.
And let me just quickly read the third leg of the theory. It says, currently the interpretation of individualization and or identification is subjective in nature, founded on scientific principles and based on the examiner's training and experience. Right?
That's correct, yes.
So practically what it says, for you as an examiner, correct me if I'm wrong, to say that there's a match or there's not a match, everything, the testing that you do is subjective. And your conclusion as well is subjective.
That's correct.
Lana ke yebo okushuko ke ilokho ke ukuthi ke noma yini ke othi uma usuwenzile ke umsebenzi wakho ke oyitholayo egcineni noma ke isinqumo oficela kusona ke egcineni ukuthi ke siyakwazi ke ukuthi ke sibhekwe naso leso sinqumo leso noma lokho okutholile.
Sorry.
That subjectivity is based on what? it must be predicated on some factors.
As I said, it's based on
Yeah.
the training and experience that you have.
That's it.
Yes.
So it's not your own subjectivity. It's based on the training which you have undergone to
And
interpret
experience.
the factors which you are saying there's sufficient commonality.
That's correct, my lord.
Lokho ke kuya ngokuqeqeshwa ke ukuthi ke indlela ke owaqeqeshwa ngayo ukuthi ke umsebenzi lo uwenze.
And by the way, different trainers are trained by different people, so the training is not universal, correct?
The training is done by different,
Yes.
depends on who's training you and
Yes.
who's.
Kuya ngokuthi ke ubani ke wena ke okunikeza uqeqesho lo noma ubani okutrainayo.
Now, before we go to the mini adjournment, I just want you to touch on 3 characteristics that you normally will find with regard to firearms and bullets and projectiles and cartridge cases. They're defined for us again. Class characteristics, what are they? Say, for example, in this particular case, the CZ 9mm Luger with other Lugers. What are the class characteristics that you are looking at?
The class characteristics of those will be the caliber of the firearm.
Lana ke mase sikhuluma ngayo iCZ i9mm kuzoba ke iloko kubizwa ngokuthi ngama class noma ke kunozinto ezithize ama characteristics athize ayo yikona sizokubheka. Yes.
The number of grooves in the barrel of the firearm.
Ukuthi ke kunama grooves amangaki la ngaphambi kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke ibarrel yaso isibam.
The twisting of your grooves.
Ukuthi ke ama grooves lawo ke ajika noma atwista kanjani.
And then the width of your grooves.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke avuleke kangakanani.
Okay. After the mini adjournment, I'll come back to this one. With regard to grooves in the CZ, the exhibit firearm, let me call it that because since CZ Luger 9mm is alphabet soup that will twist my tongue. So let's say the exhibit bullet, firearm.
The CZ75
The
pistol.
CZ75 9mm parabellum. How many grooves? Do we count grooves?
It
How
has
many
6 grooves.
Okay.
6 right twisted grooves.
Okay.
Lena ke sikhuluma ngayo iCZ 75 yona ke inama grooves awu6 abizwa ngokuthi ke twisted.
And in other firearms, just for completeness sake, there'll be left twisting grooves as well.
We have firearms which are left twisted, but there are very few.
Okay.
Most of the firearms are right twisted.
Okay.
Sinazo ibhamu ke la ke ama grooves atwistela ke kuhlangothi la ngasekunxele kodwa ke ayikho iningi lezo ibhamu eziningi zona zitwistela ngako right.
Now let's come to a definition of the crux of why we are here, the individual characteristics. What are we looking for or what are they?
The individual characteristics, my lord, can be the imperfections that are inside the firearm, which can create markings on your exhibits. Let's say in the process of manufacturing the firearm, they're using, I would say, blades to cut the grooves, and in the process, there's friction, there's the erosions and there's corrosion, where you find that in that process, some of the marks will be created in the barrel of the firearm or on your grooves. Those irregularities in your barrel will create markings on all your exhibits which you have fired in this firearm. The striations that you see are created by such things, which are could have been created during the manufacturing of this specific firearm. Or it will depend.
Ekwenziweni kwaso ke isibhamu lesi kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke kunezinto ke khona ke noma kwi-barrel lena yaso ke isibhamu khona ke ukungathi ke kundlulisele ke asisebenziseke yona ke inhlamvu ke ama-marks athize okuwabizile ngokuma-term ke ase-eyibhamu ama-striations kuya ngokuthi yindlela ke isibhamu uma senziwe kanjani noma yini ke ama-grooves lawo abe khona ngaphakathi noma kuyona i-barrel yesibhamu.
And lastly, on this aspect, what are subclass characteristics?
The subclass might be the ones which are created there, not like the class characteristics. We can have subclasses which are created within I don't know how to explain. It might be an accidental created during the manufacturing, or in case like cartridge cases where you have the head stamps or the batch number. With those head stamps or batch numbers, you can have the subclass was it will be only for that limited amount. With the cutting of the grooves, where I said it might be an accidental, you find that the tool that they're using, it creates a specific mark on it. When they change the tool, that mark's no longer there. It will be only on the specific firearms which were created with that specific tool, but not all of them.
Uma sesikhuluma ngawo ke ama subclass kuya ngokuthi ke yiphine ke ithulusi noma ke itool esetshenzisiwe wenza ke isibonele ngayo ngalo igobolondo noma ke icartridge ukuthi ke khona ke laba kubiza ngokuthi ke istamp noma ke uma sekushintshwa ke manje sengasetshenziswa ke leyo tool sekusetshenziswa enye itool ila usuthola khona ukuthi lokhu ukutholile ngaphambili akusekho ke manje.
And now, just before we go to a mini adjustment, when we do identification in terms of a match, do we consider all of these characteristics, or do we only consider some of them to be matching on both sides, the exhibit and the test?
When you do your comparison, my lord, your class characteristics must be there. Your individual markings are the ones that you're concentrating on. And when you're using your individual characteristics, they must be in a relative same position.
Uma usuqhathanisa ke manje kunalokho okubhekayo ke lokho akubizwa ngokuthi ke ama IC my individual characteristics ukuthi ke wona ke kufanele ukuthi abe khona ke lapho kufanele ubheke futhi nendawo ke atholakala kuyona.
Thank you, my lord. It's 11:20.
Are you
Will it
through
be
with-
opportune to take this?
Are you
short
through
agenda?
with your cross-examination concerning, as you said you wanted to? You can go on if you think you must finalize this aspect of your cross-examination.
No. I've covered. I wanted us to cover the various classes. I'm done with them, my lord. I'm going to move on to the next aspect after the short adjournment.
Is that so?
Yes.
Just from my understanding, you talked about striations, grooves, lens, etc. Is there a firearm in the world which has, are there two firearms or more which have the similar striations or grooves inside the barrel?
Inside the barrel?
Yeah.
No, my lord.
Never, ever.
Unless if we have to check all the firearms in the world, but the ones that we have ever checked, no. You won't find the
That's what
exactly
two
the same.
professors
Sorry,
are
my
saying.
lord, before the court adjourns, I just want clarification on the bench question. The court asks you, is there two or more firearms that have got the same grooves and striations?
The same
co-
striations.
Sorry?
The same striations.
And grooves, that's what the court is
Yes.
asking you.
No,
Now we
I-
must distinguish between grooves and striations. I want you to clarify that for the court.
You can find the striations inside the groove.
Yes.
Because the striations are created when they cut the grooves inside the firearm. So in the process of cutting the grooves, they are creating the striations which are being transferred to your bullets when you fire a shot.
Okay.
Lokho kubiza ngokuthi iwona ke ama striations iwona ke enzeka ngaphakathi ke noma kubiza kuyona ke igroove uma sekuthi ke manje noma ke asengaphumela kuyona inhlamvu.
Thank you, my lord. May we-
No, just last. But those striations and grooves are unique.
They are
They
unique.
are like a
man.
fingerprint.
The striations are unique like a fingerprint.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Obliged.
madam.
You just pull the trigger once, it continues shooting until you release that trigger.
Masikhuluma ngayo ke i-full automatic yona ke ila obamba khona ke iyaqhubeka ke nje yona ke iyayidubulela kuze kube isikhathi la uyeka khona. Kodwa yona ke i-semi automatic ila khona ke uma udubula ke bese yona ke uyastoka futhi ke isibhamu siyabuyela futhi uqhubeke umehluko yilowo.
And you have also referred to pattern matching. What is pattern matching?
The pattern matching in terms of the theory of identification, is you look at the pattern marks that are transferred to a firearm. You have different patterns. It depends on what type of a mark is it.
Yes.
With a bullet, on bullet mostly, we look at the striations because your bullet passes through the barrel of a firearm. In case of a pattern, it's when the imperfection is on your breech face or maybe the shape of your firing pin has got a specific pattern that will always be transferred to all the exhibits, cartridge cases which were fired in that firearm.
Uma sesikhuluma ngayo ke i-pattern match kuya ngokuthi ke yini esalelayo noma yiwaphi ke ama-marks noma ke wabiza ngokuthi ama-striation noma yiwaphi azosalela ke noma kuyona ke inhlamvu noma kuyona ke igobolondo noma ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ke i-cartridge uma ngabe udutshulwe.
And there is also what is called, and I believe that is the method that you applied in examining, comparing, and coming to the conclusions with regard to the exhibit bullet in this case. That which is said to be consecutive matching striae or consecutive
The CMS.
matching striations, yes. So we'll call it CMS from here. Do you know about it?
That's correct, Madam.
Yes.
Yebo ke i-CMS ngiyayazi.
And for us also that are not ballistically learned, please explain what CMS means and how does it operate when you do the comparison.
My Lord, the CMS, as I've explained, are the consecutive matching striations which are created by the barrel of firearm as your bullet passes through the firearm. When you do your comparison microscope, when using the 3D,
Yes.
you are expecting at least to say that there's sufficient agreement of marks on your bullet. It's when you see 6 matching striations or maybe a set of 3 matching striations, 2 sets of 3 matching striations on your bullet, and they must be relatively on the same positions.
Lana uma sikhuluma ngayo ke i-CMS ila ubheka khona ke ama-marks athizeke suka kuyona ke inhlamvu isibhamu kuphumela kuyona ke inhlamvu futhi ke kufanele ube nama-set amabili ke amathathu ukusho ke kuwena ke ukuthi unokwanele ke ukuthi ke yebo ungathi ngithole lokho.
And those striations that we are looking for identification are contained within a specific groove of the projectile. Is that correct?
Within a specific meaning, that's why I'm saying they must be in the same relative position.
Okay.
Yingakho ngisho ke ukuthi kufanele kube sendaweni eyodwa noma endaweni ethize eyodwa.
And then you've said that you are looking for a set of 6 matching striations in the same relative position or a set of 2 by 3 consecutive matching striations within the same relative position.
It can be 6 matching striations on one groove, and
Yes.
it can have 3 matching striations, set of 3 matching striations on different grooves, but they must be on the same relative same position. Like if you have groove 1 that has at least 3 matching striations, and on the other groove, let's say groove 3, there's another 3 matching striations. On both items, they must be on the same grooves. It must be groove 1 and groove 3. So those are what we call the same relative positions.
Uma ukhuluma ke ngendawo ke eyodwa ukuthi kufanele ke ulindele ukuthi zibe sendaweni eyodwa asithi ke unazo ke groove 1 eziwu3 ubheka ke indawo la zitholakala khona na noma ubheka ke enye futhi ke nayo ke indawo le otholakala kuyona lezi eziwu3 kufanele kube indawo eyodwa naleya yoqala.
Now, is there a standard that 6 matching striations? The standard that is used, they must be consecutive without a break. So when you count them on the exhibit bullet, on the test bullet, it's what we call the railway tracks. They must align with each other. They must match this side and that side, and they must be of the same, as you said, width, peaks, ridges, furrows, and the like. Is that my understanding of how you apply this theory?
When you say they must be on the same groove,
No, I say the consecutive. Say, for example, you're talking about the 6 matching striations. That will be, we are looking for 6 on the exhibit bullet, matching the 6 on the test bullet to come to our conclusion that this exhibit bullet was fired on this exhibit firearm, right?
my lord, when you align them on
Yes.
your microscope, when
Yes.
you see both of them,
Yes.
the striations must align.
Yes.
If it's 6 matching striations, they must align. All 6 of them must align. Even if there might be spacing, the spacing on the left must be equal to the spacing on the right. And if there's a gap, you count your line, your striation lines. If there are 6, it's enough to make it positive.
Lana ke uma uqhathanisa noma ke futhi usulinganisa kubheka kufanele ukuthi ke kulingane noma futhi kube sendaweni eyodwa nokuthi uma ke kunokuvuleka noma ke ama gaps akhona ke kodwa uma uwabala uthole ukuthi ke awu6 lokho kukutshela ukuthi ke anele.
I think, Captain, we're gonna be confused. Let me continue with this, and when we come to your charts, we'll ask them to be beamed here, and we'll look at your results on the aspect where you said, I found 6, we will do that exercise. On the other one where you said, I found 5, we'll do the same exercise, count them in court, so that everybody is on the same page and we understand what you are talking about. And similarly, on the 2, you'll say, on this one where I found 2, it's this one and this one. And then we can understand how this CMS really should be applied. So let me continue with my cross-examination. Now, back to the terminology that you also use. When you examine a bullet, sometimes there are what are called skid marks or slippage marks. What is a skid mark and what is a slippage mark?
My lord, when a shot is fired and your bullet is inside the chamber, it's in the cartridge inside the chamber, a shot is fired. The minute your bullet leaves the chamber, it gets into the barrel of the firearm. When you speak of slippage, your bullet, it slips into, it doesn't go into not the chamber, into the barrel straight. It slips before it gets into the chamber, into the barrel. So you will have the skid marks when it slips, or the slippage before it gets into the chamber, into the barrel. Yes. So those marks will be different, will create some other markings that are it's difficult sometimes to match the skid marks or the slippage marks on your exhibits. Because you can see all firearms, when you shot, instead of getting into the barrel, they slip a little bit and then because what you're looking at the barrel is, normally the barrel is a little bit bigger in diameter than your bullet. So when it leaves the chamber, after a shot is fired, it slips and then it gets into the chamber. Because the barrel is a little bit bigger, the barrel will grip it so that it can go through all the grooves. So the slippage is when it leaves the barrel, the chamber, and getting into the barrel.
Lama marks ongibuza ngawo noma ke ukhuluma ngawo ke ama slippage nama skid marks isikhathi ke la khona ke uma usudubula ke bese ukuthi manje ke inhlamvu lena engaphakathi kulona igobolondo isiyaphuma kuyona ke i-chamber iya manje la ngaphambili kusona isibhamu lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-chamber yilawo ma-marks akhuluma ngawo.
And how does the slippage or the skid mark affect the carrying of the marks onto a bullet?
Onto the bullet?
Yes.
It can create markings which are different from the, and those markings, as I said, it's difficult because your slippage will not happen exactly the same way. Yes. So it will change. It will create the markings which will sometimes be impossible to match with the firearm, but you will see that there's a slippage on this bullet.
Ama marks ke lawo azohluka ke kuya ngokuthi ke kwenzeke kanjani ke ingawenza ke ama marks azohluka ke kusona isibhamu.
So in other words, the slippage or the skid mark will create inconsistent markings. The markings won't be the same on a particular bullet to bullet.
That's why I said it's difficult to can match the slippage markings. Those markings, it's difficult to can match them and say that they were fighting the same firearm.
Ingakho ngishilo-ke ukuthi lawo ma-marks lawo abizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-slippage-ke kunzima-ke ukuthi kuwaqhathaniseke uthi cha kusetshenziswe isibhamu esithize.
And what we must understand is not all the firearms will have the slippage.
Yes.
It will depend on the firearm. If the firearm has been misused or it's been used many times and it's starting to worn out, that's where you will find mostly the slippage on the firearm. But the new firearms, you will hardly find the slippages on them.
Futhi-ke ngeke ukuthole lokho kuzona zonke ibhamu kuya ngokuthi-ke isibhamu sisetshenziswa kanjani futhi-ke nakangakanani. Kodwa ibhamu ezintsha-ke ngeke ukuthole lokho noma-ke amathuba ukuthi-ke ungathola-ke lokho mancane kakhulu.
Sorry. Don't ballistics refer to that slippage as you are trying to explain to us? That language, they use the language indeterminate. Have you ever heard of that?
My lord, indeterminate is when
Yes.
you do your comparison, you can see the markings, but they're not
That's it.
enough, sufficient enough
That's it.
to can say they were fighting the same firearm. With the slippage, you can see the slippage markings, but those markings also, you cannot determine whether, so we make it inconclusive. If you have only the slippage, you don't have proper markings. You can make it inconclusive also, or indeterminate.
Kule gama-ke inkantolo ibizayo indeterminate ukuthi-ke lapho uyabona-ke noma-ke uyakwazi-ke ukubheka-ke kodwa ubusuyathola-ke ukuthi cha le mpawu noma lama-marks-ke lana-ke awanele ukuthi-ke ungasho noma-ke usikhuphe isinqumo ngokuphelele ukuthi cha kwenzeke kanjeni.
Sorry, I've got to understand this. When you say inconclusive, what do you actually mean?
Inconclusive it means that you can have positive inconclusive or negative inconclusive.
Right.
When it's positive inconclusive, you have markings, similar markings, but are not sufficient enough to can say that it's basically this exactly this firearm that has fired. So, because of your markings are not sufficient enough, you can just say that it's inconclusive, meaning you cannot determine that this bullet was fired in this firearm.
Irrespective of the other characteristics contained in the bullet.
With the class characteristics,
Yeah,
you can see the class characteristics.
That's it.
The class characteristics, let's say it's all the Cs that's 75 will have 6
Yeah,
right
as you said,
twisted,
yeah. Right twisted, yeah.
cartridges. Those are the class characteristics.
Yes.
So you cannot make a bullet positive on class characteristics.
Okay.
You need to look at the individual markings,
Right.
which are made by the firearm also. So you can say that the class characteristics matches based on the class characteristics, only class characteristics, but there's no individual markings. So they are not sufficient enough. You can just say that it's inconclusive. You cannot conclude by saying this is the right firearm that was used.
La uma ukhuluma-ke ngayo inconclusive usho ukuthi-ke yebo kukhona-ke okubonayo kodwa-ke ngoba-ke kungenama-marks athize abhekiwe noma-ke kufanele ukuthi atholakale abonakalayo-ke lana awukwazi-ke ukusho ukuthi cha-ke yakusho lokhu-ke ngesiqinisekiso ingakho-ke kusetshenziswa igama elithi inconclusive akwanele.
Let me just jump onto that one before I go to the next aspect, this aspect of inconclusive finding. In simple terms, when an examiner says, I have examined, we are talking about our case here, I've examined the exhibit bullet and I examined the firearm that was handed to me as having emanated from one of the accused persons in this case. Having examined that firearm, I come to the conclusion that it is inconclusive. In other words, you are saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, I cannot say for sure either way that this is the firearm that shot this particular bullet or this is not the firearm that shot that particular bullet. Are we on the same terms there?
It depends on your conclusion. You can say it's positive inconclusive. I can see the similarities,
Yes.
but they are not sufficient enough.
Yes.
So that will make it inconclusive or positive inconclusive. And you can say that I can see the class characteristics, the grooves, diameter of the grooves are the same, the number of your twistings, the grooves are the same, the width are the same, but I cannot see any similarities here. Then you can make it negative inconclusive because there's nothing that matches.
Kuya ngokuthi ke utholeni ke ngoba ke mhlawumbe usungathola ke ama class characteristics noma usungathola wona ke ama groups lawo kodwa ke noma uma ubheka ke usho ukuthi cha yebo kukhona ke engikubonayo kodwa ngenxa yalokho ke engikubonayo ke akwanele ke ukuthi ngingasho ngesiqiniseko ukuthi isona ke lesi sibhamu noma cha akusona ke lesi sibhamu lesi.
Let me give you 3 examples, all of them inconclusive. When there's some agreement of the individual characteristics and an agreement of all the class characteristics, is that an inconclusive finding?
When you have,
Some agreement of individual characteristics
Yes.
and all class characteristics agree.
then you can say it can be a positive inconclusive.
Okay.
Uma lana usukhuluma ngokuthi ke kunama class athile ke atholakalayo ke ungasho ukuthi ke lokho ke yebo ke iloko kubiza ngokuthi ke positive noma ukuthi ke yebo akoneleke akusona konke kodwa ke ubusufaka yena ke upositive.
The second one, when we've got an agreement again of all the class characteristics, but there's a disagreement of individual characteristics because you could not reproduce what you want to see, the striations consistently. So because of lack of repeatability or reproducibility, you say it's inconclusive. Are we on the same time?
When you say you can see the class
The
characteristics,
class characteristics, but because on the exhibit bullet or exhibit casing, you cannot produce the same marks that you want to see on the exhibit bullet. They cannot be reproduced.
you can make it inconclusive also then.
Okay.
Nalana ke uma ukuthi ke no kunama characteristics noma kunokuthize ke okubonayo ke kodwa lokho ke akwanele nako ungasho ke ukuthi cha lana isiqiniseko asikho.
All right. Now let us talk a bit about this case, 636 of 10, 2014, the one that you started working on the 27th of October 2014. Your testimony is that you were called by Captain Bentley for assistance at 13511 Kutlano section, Mzamo section, First Flores, where a prominent goalkeeper by the name of Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa was shot. Correct?
That's correct, man.
Yebo kufakazi bamukele ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi ngazo i27 October 2014 ila ngathola khona ke ucingo libuya ke nako Captain Bentley ukuthi ke ngizolekelela ke e13511 Kutlano Street eMzamo section.
And
ekwabulawa khona ke nozinti owaziwayo.
And your further testimony is that you attended the scene with warrant officer Ntini and Lieutenant Colonel Makati. Is that correct?
I think Makati was also a warrant officer or captain.
Oh,
Can't
okay.
recall.
Cabang ngishilo ukuthi ngangihamba naye uNtini kanye naye ke uMakhathi.
And these officers were from the same office as you, from the Silverton offices? Of
That's
FSA?
correct, my lord.
Okay.
Nabo ke babebuya ke kuhhovisi engisebenza kulona eSilverton.
And Mr. Ngomezulu has asked you this, but I'm going to ask you again. What were their specific roles, Makati and Ntini, those officers at the scene in assisting you?
My lord, they were there to assist me with anything that if I need assistance, maybe to take measurement, or if I need anything, I would ask them to assist me. So when I was busy analyzing the scene.
Ukuba khona kwabo ke lapho kwakuwukuthi ke bazongilekelela noma bangisizeke uma kuwukuthi ke ikhona ke into engidinga ukuthi bangisize ngayo.
And regarding their assistance, do you know if both of them made statements or made entries in their, if they were warrant officers, they obviously have diaries. Do you know if they made any entries regarding their involvement at the scene?
Any entries in their diaries?
In their diaries or written statements, whatever notation, recordal that they made.
My lord, if I take my colleagues with me to assist me in the crime scene, I'm the one who's doing the reconstruction or the examination. I'm the one who's going to submit the statement. They don't submit the statement
Alright.
because they're only there to assist me.
Uma kuwukuthi ke ngihamba nozakwethu la ngiyosebenza khona ke mina ke ozofika asebenzeke khona lapho imina ozothi afake istatement akusibona.
And you arrive at the scene, you find Captain Bentley together with a myriad of other police officers. Did you there and then speak to Captain Bentley, or you just announced your arrival to him and then you waited to the side?
My lord, as I said, they were busy processing the crime scene when I arrived. I only informed him that I'm here, I've already arrived, but they can finish first with their processing, and then I'll.
Mangifika ke ngishilo ke ukuthi ke kwaba ukusho nje ukuthi sengikhona ke bona ke sebengaqeda ke ngaloko abakwenzayo.
And normally I know that with LCRC that when they come and they are the second responders, the first responders were uniformed officers. One of the uniformed officers will take the LCRC officer through a walkthrough of the scene before processing. Did anyone take you through the walkthrough of the scene? Either Captain Bentley or here Bentley refers to Masumbuka, who took you through the scene.
I can't recall who took me through the scene because, as I said, before I entered this, when I was on the door, they've told me that they have 2 shots fired, but they cannot locate the other bullet hole or bullet damage. Then where I was standing, I could see that mark on the tire. I pointed at them as, there's another bullet mark that we are looking for. Okay.
Angikhumbule ukuthi ukhona ke noma kwakubanike umuntu ke owahamba nami ke engitshengisa ke indawo yesigameko, kodwa ngishilo ukuthi inkathi ke ngime khona ke esicabheni lapha bangitshela ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili, kodwa ke ababoni ukuthi eyesibili yashaya kuphi. Ngase kwindawo engangime kuyona ke ngase ngiyabatshengisa ke ukuthi enye inhlamvu yashaya khona lapha.
And at any stage or at some stage before you conducted your trajectory examination, your crime scene reconstruction, did Captain Bentley brief you now about what had transpired there?
What I knew was that there was a shooting and then the deceased was shot inside the house. The shooting occurred in the house, and those are the only marks that we found.
Engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke kwadutshula noma kwadutshula khona lapha yana ukuthi ke umufike wadutshulula noma washonela khona ke endlini futhi ke nama marks ekhona lapha yana.
But who told you that? Was it Captain Bentley?
My lord, I cannot recall whether it was him or somebody who was with him, because he was there as to oversee this crime scene management team that was on the scene.
Angisakhumbuli noma kwakuyena ke uBentley noma kwakuwomunye ke owayenayo ngoba wayelapha yena ke ukuthi ke abheke ke kulapho ababe lapho ke lababizwa ukuthi ke crime scene management.
Okay. And if Captain Bentley would be called to this court and say he personally briefed you, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
I wouldn't dispute that. Okay.
Uma engeza ke la inkantolo noma engabizwa ke lana asho athi kwaba uyena ke umuntu owangichazela ke angeke ngikuphikise lokho.
My lord, I request clarity. When they say briefed you, brief about what?
About the scene, what had transpired and what you are required to assist them with.
He couldn't even see whether there was a second bullet, Bentley. He had to tell him that there's a second bullet there on the floor. I'm just mentioning it, that Bentley is a lay person as far as ballistics are concerned. From what he says, he's on the scene. He says he knows that he's told that there were 2 bullets fired, but he can't find the second bullet where it was fired. And he comes there, stands, and says, oh, this is where the second bullet was fired at. Am I correctly interpreting?
That's correct, my lord.
Yiko longo engishilo vele ukuthi ngafika ke lapha wangitshela uBentley ukuthi akazi ukuthi inhlamvu yesibili kuphi noma ishaye kuphi, yaba yimina ke umuntu omtshengisayo ukuthi ishaye kuphi yashaya kuphi yesibili.
Okay. And you were informed, because the court now talks about you were told they can't find the second bullet. So we are talking about sequence of bullets. Were you told that another bullet was already found?
Not the bullet, the impact, the bullet damage on the floor.
You saw the bullet damage.
Fragment was found and the other bullet was found, but they could only find the 1 bullet damage on the door.
Okay.
But that one on the tile, they couldn't find it, or they were not aware that it's a bullet mark.
Ayisukona ukuthi ke inhlamvu ababengayitholile bayithola ke kanye naleyo futhi ke eyayi limeleke, kodwa bathola nje ukuthi kulimele isicapha ukuthi okwesibili ke yiphi indawo yesibili elimele ikona ke lokho bengakuboni engabakhombisa kona.
And after the processing of the scene by Sergeant Musia and Warrant Officer Muthatlo, were you shown the exhibits, especially, let me be frank and brutal, the forensic, the ballistic evidence that they collected on the scene? Did they
Yes,
show
I
you?
saw it on the scene. Mama.
Okay.
Yebo ke emuva kokuthi ke umsiya ke kanye naye umhlahlo ke besebenzile ke lapho. Yebo ubufakazi ke lobo babulapho ngabona khona lapho kundawo yesigameko.
And then, upon their finishing, and when I say they are Muthatlo, Musia, and others who were processing the scene, then you take over, you do your scene reconstruction, your trajectory reconstruction.
My lord, what I did there only took measurements of, I took photos of the position of that
Yes.
bullet mark and the bullet damage on the door, and I took the measurement. There was not much to do on the scene.
Kwakungekho okuningi ke engakwenza ke lapho kwakuwukuthi nje thatha isithombe ke salokulimala kwakusesicabheni naloko kwakuphansi ke nokuthi ngikale ke futhi akukho okuningi kwafanele ngikwenze.
Did you personally find or observe any bullet or fired projectile, casing, whatever related to ballistics on the 27th of October at the scene?
My lord,
Did you find and remove?
my lord, the bullet fragment that was there and the bullet that was there were already collected by Warrant Officer Muthatlo and Musia. They were already in the sealed bag, and those are the only exhibits which were at the scene. When you searched the scene, you couldn't find anything else.
Inhlamvu ke kanye nenye ke inhlamvu lena kwakuyona ke ngathi ke elimele ke babe sebeyitholile ke futhi ifakiwe ke kwisikhwama sezobufakazi ke akukho kunye ke okwatholwa noma obheka ke khona lapho.
Yeah, but the question that I'm asking is that you personally did not remove any ballistic evidence on the 27th that you took away from the scene.
No, no.
Mina ke abukho ke ubufakazi ophathelene nazo ke ibhamu noma ke inhlamvu engabuthatha ke mina khona lapha kwindawo yesigameko.
And then on the 28th of October 2014, you, together with Warrant Officer Muthatlo, attend the post-mortem at the Jimiston Pathology Center. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi nge-28 ka October 2014 mina ke kanye naye ke owaye warrant officer umhlahlo sase siya ke emakhazeni eJimiston.
And the examinations that you conducted there, or your participation there, is captured in paragraph 9 to 11 of your exhibit X13 capital A or X13A, which is the first affidavit of 22 pages. But we are not going to go there because it's not pertinent for my cross-examination. I'm just putting to you that you conducted certain duties at the post-mortem as well.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Yebo kuyiqiniso khona ukuthize ke ngakwenza ke lapha ngalelo langa langa 28 October 2014 khona emakhazeni eJimiston.
Now, just before I move on again, let's return back to the issue of Captain Bentley. Your testimony is that you were told that two shots were fired inside the kitchen. Were you also told about a third bullet that was shot by Captain Bentley?
A third bullet fired
Yes.
by... No, I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Akukho ke engikwaziyo ke mayelana nalokho ngibuza ukuthi ke khona ke la isibhamu saphuma khona ke ihlandla lesithathu.
My Lord, I've got the statement of Captain Alan Mark Bentley, commissioned on the 3rd of December 2014. The commissioner is, they've helped me out, B.G. Jones. It's A82 of Foslora 63610-2014. And then the CSI-CR number is 143/2014. I'd like just to read this statement on record. You don't have. Lieutenant Colonel, do you have the statement of Captain Bentley?
No, I don't have that statement.
Okay, I'll ask Sergeant Mohola to assist us. We'll revert to this point once we find that statement, because I don't have a copy thereof here. I've only got my copy. Do you have it? Can I read it? My Lord, would it be proper for me, let me get the court's direction. If I read the statement on record, then when we find, we'll refer the captain to
Yeah,
it. Okay.
I mean, you're going to hand it up anyway.
Yes.
So you can read whatever you want to put to this
Okay.
witness, if you say.
Okay, thank you, my Lord. I mean, that's it. The statement reads as follows. Alan Mark Bentley states under oath in English, I'm a captain in the South African Police Service stationed at the Gauteng CR and CSI team, Johannesburg Central, with telephone number that I'm not going to read on record. On 2014, 10/27 at 8, I was requested to attend to a murder scene at 13511 Kutanong Street, Vosloorus. I was informed that the deceased was a well-known soccer player, Senzo Meyiwa. On the above-mentioned date, at approximately 9:10, which is in the morning, the CSI team arrived at the scene and were received by the duty officer of Springs LCRC, Captain Masombuka. During a short briefing between Captain Masombuka, Constable Musia, and the Gauteng CSI team, it was confirmed that the shooting incident happened on the previous night, the 26th of October 2014 at 2000 hours. It was also established that Lieutenant Matebula and Constable Musia of Springs LCRC had started processing the scene and had collected certain exhibits. The allegations, as indicated by Captain Masombuka during the briefing, was that unknown men entered the premises and demanded money and cell phones. There was an altercation between the robbers and the deceased in the kitchen of the premises, and 3 shots were allegedly fired. It is alleged that 2 shots were fired inside the kitchen, and the other one as the suspects were fleeing. The deceased stumbled to the lounge area and fell. He was then rushed to hospital where he died. A decision was taken during the briefing to investigate the scene as if no investigation was done. During the first walkthrough of the scene, Captain Masombuka indicated the place on the kitchen floor where a bullet point was discovered and collected by Constable Musia. He further also indicated to me a bullet hole on the inside of the kitchen door. During the walkthrough, another bullet point was discovered on the countertop in the kitchen behind the containers in close proximity to the bullet hole in the door. I contacted Captain Mangena telephonically and informed him that we needed his assistance on the crime scene. Warrant Officer Titi Mkhatlo from the Gauteng CSI was identified as the member responsible for processing of the scene. The CSI team then proceeded to process the scene, assisting Warrant Officer Mkhatlo with the identification, collection, and documentation of potential evidence. On arrival of the ballistic team, Captain Mangena was briefed by myself. His team then proceeded to examine the scene. He also indicated to me that he would be attending the postmortem of the deceased. I undertook to indicate place, date, and time to him. A decision was also made that Warrant Officer Mkhatlo of the Gauteng CSI and Constable Musia of Springs LCRC would attend the postmortem of the deceased on the 28th of October 2014 for the purpose of documentation, which included photography and collection of additional evidence. It is sworn and attested to, like I said, on the 3rd of December 2014, and the Commissioner of Oaths is B.G. Jones. Now, what I was putting to you, and you've also correctly said that your observation is that, and the physical evidence points you to 2 bullets inside the kitchen And then you didn't see anything that indicates that there was a third bullet fired in that vicinity of the kitchen, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ngishilo-ke ukuthi mina-ke kubufakazi babukhona-ke ngabona lapho ukuthi-ke kwadutshulwa-ke amahlandla amabili akukho-ke okwakuyinkomba kusho ukuthi-ke sasikhona-ke lalikhona ihlandla lesithathu.
Now, according to the statement that I've just read of Captain Bentley, a third shot was allegedly fired, so we are not sure whether, according to this statement, whether it was inside the house or outside the house, because it says one shot was fired as the suspects were fleeing, right? From
That's
the
correct, my
statement.
lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ngokwestatement lesi siyasho-ke noma uyasho-ke uBentley ukuthi-ke siphindile saxhuma futhi-ke isibhamu ngenkathi-ke laba abangena-ke endlini sebebaleka-ke asinasiqiniseko noma lokho kwenzeka endlini noma-ke ngaphandle.
And these statements seem to agree with the evidence that was led by Ms. Zandile Khumalo in this court, who said when they were in the kitchen, as the altercation is going on, or the struggle is going on between the intruders and the people that were in the house, a first shot went off, hit the tile floor, and then one of the shrapnel or a piece of fragment hit her ankle. And she then ran to the bathroom where she went to hide herself. Whilst in the bathroom, she heard a second shot, which was louder as like the first one, and then later on, or immediately, I don't know the sequence, she then heard a third shot, which was a bit duller in sound. So she heard 3 shots, and Bentley also talks about 3 shots, but we don't know where the third shot was fired.
That's correct, my lord. That's what this statement is saying.
Okay, thank you.
Lana-ke manje lokhu esikufundileke noma engikufundileke lana kuyahambisana-ke nalokhu okushiwo uyena-ke noma okwashiwo uyena uZandile Khumalo nkathi ethula ubufakazi-ke bakhe la enkantolo ukuthi-ke saqhuma-ke okokuqala isibhamu ila esashaya phansi-ke waseyashayeke naye waseyabaleka-ke eyakhona-ke ebadroom saphinda-ke futhi saqhuma-ke ihlandla lesibili la ethi khona-ke saqhuma-ke ngaphezu kwalela loqala-ke washo-ke futhi ukuthi siqhumile futhi-ke okwesithathu-ke manje esithi-ke sesingasabangi umsindo njengalawo mahlandla amabili-ke uthi yebo yiloko okushiwo isona-ke lesi statement.
And my lord, this statement is clear on this paragraph, where it says it is alleged that 2 shots were fired inside the kitchen and the other one as the suspects were fleeing. So inside the house, it's clear, it says 2 shots were fired inside the house.
Futhi-ke kucacile-ke lana ngokwendlela-ke ekubhalwe ngayo kulesi statement ukuthi-ke bayasho-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu saqhuma amahlandla amabili ngaphakathi ekhishini esodwa-ke ngale nkathi sebebaleka.
Yes. Now, earlier on, I asked you if you personally had removed any piece of exhibit or projectile, cartridge casing, anything ballistically related, and you were adamant that you did not, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngikubuzileke ngaphambilini ukuthi wena-ke kukhona yini owakususa noma owakuthatha-ke okubufakazi waphendula-ke wathi cha yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
My lord, with leave of the court, I'd like to refer Lieutenant Mangena to another statement, which is A6 of Fosula Raskas 636 of 10/2014, which is the statement of AB Sifularo Montwedi. It was commissioned on the 24th of November 07 at 12, and the commissioning officer is Sibonelo Mkize, the Fosloras officer, detective sergeant. With leave of the court again, my lord, let me do the exercise so that we don't waste the court's time by reading the contents of the statement. It reads at paragraph 1, I, ABC Fularo Montwedi, state, I under oath in English. Paragraph 2, I am a warrant officer, service number that I'm not going to read, on record, stationed at Provincial Investigation Unit, cell number I'm not going to place on record. Paragraph 3, on the 24th of 10/27 at 9, I visited the scene of crime, home number 13511, Fosloras, my lord. The handwriting is the doctor's handwriting, so I'm going to struggle. 4, the incident of the shooting happened on the 24/10/26, but I visited the scene on the 24/10/27 at 9. When I arrived at the scene, was ballistic expert Captain Mangena of and a photographer, Warrant Officer Mutlatlo, who took some photos. Captain Mangena took exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame. No one tampered with the scene whilst I was on the scene. Photos and exhibits were taken in my presence.
Sorry. He says he took an exhibit.
Yeah, he says, let me read
What is
again.
an exhibit?
He says, sorry, my lord.
At the door frame.
He says, let me read again, my lord. He says, Captain Mangena took exhibit of a spent cartridge that
door
was
frame.
on the door frame.
Yeah, okay.
And then he says, paragraph is the attestation. I know the contents, and like I said, it's properly commissioned as well. Do you know who this person is?
I don't know that.
Ingabe uyamazi yini lo muntu lona engifunda istatement sakhe sifulara ucha ke angimazi lo muntu loyo ufunda ke lapha indawo noma kule statement ke uyasho ukuthi ke ucaptain kwaso captain ke Mangena ngaleso sikhathi wathatha ke igobolondo elisebenzile noma ke eselisetshenzisiwe khona lapho indawo yesigameko.
Yes, but you see, according to this evidence, sorry, it's not evidence. According to this statement, he says, you took a spent cartridge that was, Mangena took an exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame.
On which date, my lord?
The 27th of October. He says, I visited the scene on the 27th of November at 9 a.m.
November.
Sorry, the 27th of October, the following day, after the day when you were also.
When I
at
was there,
scene.
the scene.
Yes.
My lord, as I have mentioned, we don't collect exhibits from the crime scene.
But you took it from the door frame.
I don't know any exhibit like that.
Bese ngishilo ke kubufakazi bami ke ukuthi
In other words, as I understand it, sorry, as I understand it, that bullet didn't pierce. When I looked at the photos, it appears as if when you were giving evidence in the reconstruction, that it went askance, pierced the door frame,
That's correct.
ricocheted because the energy was diminishing. It was tumbling.
And actually, it hit the door, not the door frame.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah,
but
but-
apparently it was there, like a peach on a tree.
Yes.
Just
Yes. That's according to this
Yeah.
statement. So, you said you don't agree with this.
I don't agree with it
And-
because,
and-
my lord, I've mentioned it. When I go to a crime scene, LCRC is the crime scene management there. It's their mandate to collect all the exhibits from the crime scene.
Okay.
I don't collect exhibits. Why will I collect that one and leave the other exhibits if I
bese-
collected those exhibits?
Uma kuwukuthi ke lawo mazibiti lawo ngawathatha ke kungani ke ngizothatha nje lelo lodwa amanye ngiwashiye ke ngishilo ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi ke uma LCRC bekhona ke lapho yibona ke abantu ekuyibona abathatha amazibiti noma ubufakazi bahambe nabo mina ke akusona kwami ukuthi ngihambe nobufakazi.
Yeah, but what Montwedi says, he'll answer for himself that question. I'm not going to answer that. But he says this exhibit was taken in his presence, and he's a warrant officer at the Provincial Investigation Unit. Why would he make that allegation?
I don't know, and it's for the first time I hear that, my lord.
Angikwazi ke ukuthi kungani izokusho lokho futhi ngiyaqala ke ukuzwa.
Now, the projectiles that were found on the scene, that is the disintegrated one, the damaged one, and the one that was not completely damaged. You say they were FMJ bullets, I'm sorry, CMJ bullets, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke inhlamvu ke kanye nalena enye futhi ke kwaseyinhlamvu manje singasapheleleke seyilimele kwakuwa ama CMJ.
Now, for me, CMJ, FMJ is gobbledygook. It's Chinese to me. Explain the differences and the makings, the composition of each of those bullets. What is FMJ? How is it composed? How is it its firing power as compared? I'm not sure what those mean.
Malot, when you look at the FMJ, it's a full metal jacket. These bullets are normally what the police are using on their firearms. They are using full metal jacket manufactured by PMP. It's a lead covered by a strong copper, but it's open at the back. And if you look at the CMJ, the CMJ is a soft lead covered by a very thin layer of copper, and it's completely covered. Yes.
Uma sikhuluma ngayo ke FMJ yona ke yenziwa uPMP futhi ke la ngasemuva ke ivulekile ke futhi lezi ezisetshenziswa wona amaphoyisa ke amahlandla amaningi noma isetshenziswa amaphoyisa bese kuthi ke yona ke iCMJ yona ke uma uyiqhathanisa nayo ke iFMJ ithambile ke yona ke futhi ke yona ke ivaliwe njengoba iFMJ ivulekile la ngasemuva.
And basically the CMJ, it's a cheap bullet and it's very soft. It breaks easily compared to the FMJ. FMJ is a strong bullet.
Futhi ke yona ke iCMJ ibullet ke noma inhlamvu ke ongathi ke yona ke ishibhile noma ke iship kakhulu ke futhi ke ithambile yona ke uma uyiqhathanisa nayo ke iFMJ.
And for the fragmented or the damaged one, I'm just asking it for my clarification in the back of my mind. How did you determine that that was also a CMJ?
I looked at the jacket of the copper jacket of it. It's a thin copper jacket of it, and it's more of a lead than.
Ukuthi ke ngithole ke nalena ke elimele inhlamvu ma isengasapheleleke ukuthi nayo iCMJ ngabheka ke lokubiza ngokuthi ufakazi ke i-copper jacket yakhona.
Okay, now let's talk to, and I'm going to refer you now to this, to your exhibits. Let me refer you to exhibit X13B. That will be your second affidavit. I believe, just in summary, because I don't want to belabor the points that are not necessary for my cross-examination, but for record purposes, I must place them on record as well in my cross-examination. That one, if I'm correct, do you have it, Colonel Mangena? Exhibit X13B, your second affidavit, I believe is the one that deals with the Beretta that was a non-match. Is that the one?
Yeah, I have it, but it's page missing on that one. Let me check. Yeah, I have it here with me.
Do you have it? I believe you said the firearm concerned was a 9mm parabellum Beretta model FS. Those are the charts. Are your documents marked as per in alliance with the markings here in court, Captain, or is that your file? Because if you are looking at your file and it's not marked, it's going to confuse you. It's the second affidavit. I think it was deposed. Yeah, that's good. Let me see 5. Sorry, my lord. I think he's missing a page. Sorry. Yeah, be my assistance. Have
Is
we
it on
found
paragraph 3?
It's on paragraph 3.
Okay.
That's the one that refers to the. I don't want us to go verbatim with the contents. They are already on record. I just want to sum up and move on to another aspect. Is that the one that deals with the Beretta, the one that Mr. Mgomezulu was cross-examining you about, that it belonged to Mr. Twala? Is that the one?
No, it's not this one.
It's not this one. It's a 5-page affidavit, Colonel Mangena. And you are correct. It starts on paragraph 3, where you say, on the 13th of November, during the performance of my official duties, I received 2 sealed evidence bags, and you mentioned the bag numbers from the ballistic administration system, and then 3.1 is 1 9mm parabellum P Beretta model 92 FS.
The date?
It says paragraph 3 thereof at page 3 of 5.
13th November.
On the 13th of November, yes.
Yes, I have this one.
Yes, thank you. Now, you've testified that you were given this firearm to compare or for elimination purposes, correct?
That's correct.
Ngishilo ukuthi lesibhamu lesi ke esina-mm ngasinikwa ukuthi ngisibhekeke uma kuwukuthi ngathola ukuthi ke akukho okuhlanganisayo ngisikhipheke.
And then your findings was that that firearm did not fire our, and when I say our, I mean the exhibit bullet in this case, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi ngathola ukuthi lesi sibhamu akuyisona ke esadubula ke le nhlamvu eyatholakala ke le ekhulunywa ngayo kulona lecala.
And when you make a finding of elimination, do you also have to have that peer reviewed by somebody else, one of your colleagues or from outside who's in ballistics, to confirm or differ with your findings? Was it peer reviewed, that finding?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi uma sengifikelela kuleso sinqumo ke noma sengithola ukuthi akusona lesi ukhona ke omunye ngisebenza naye noma uza kwethu naye ke ozobheka lokho engikutholile ke abe eseyaqinisekisa noma uyaqinisekisa noma uyaphikisa.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to belabor on that firearm because it was a non-match. Now, your further testimony is that you are then called by Colonel Gininda. For the purpose of this cross, I'll say Colonel Gininda because he was still a colonel back then, to do certain, first he calls you and says, can you perhaps determine by measuring the height of certain persons of suspect, of interest for me to determine whether or not they could possibly be the shooter in this Phosphorus 63610 of 2014 case, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kubufakazi bami ke ukuthi yebo ngase ngishayela ucingo uyena ke uKennel wayo uKennel ke ngalesi sikhathi uGinyindi ukuthi ke ngizobheka ke noma ngikala abantu abathile ukubheka ke ukuthi ngaba yibona yini abadubula.
Colonel, for me, what is intriguing is this. In other cases, and you've done thousands of cases, I'm not going to doubt your expertise. I'm not here to do that. You've done thousands of examinations, bullets, firearms, tools, whatever. Do you normally do this exercise of measuring people's heights and whatever, unless in exceptional circumstances where some person was on a stump? So it makes sense that because he's wearing prosthesis, you can measure him to determine where he was shooting. But in ordinary cases, like this case, do you normally go and measure people at police stations, their heights and whatever things you need to do?
My lord, it depends on the investigating officer. What does he want to assist with? If he wants to assist with the height, we'll do that. Yes. And if the allegations that he's having needs something like a proof whether the height of this person, can it be consistent We have instances where maybe somebody sustained a gunshot wound, where you have to relate it with maybe a bullet hole or something. You have to get the measurements. We do that if the IO requests us to do that.
Siyakwenza ke lokho ukuthi ke uqaleke ubheke umuntu ke ukuthi ungakanani kubheke ukuthi uyena noma yibona yini abadubula kuya ngokuthi ke lowo ophenya icala ke yini ayifunayo ke noma ke mhlambi izinsolo anazo zithini ke ukubheka lokho uma kuukuthi ke yiloko acelayo yebo siyakwenza.
If I understood, one of your answers from the cross-examination of Mr. Mgomezulu yesterday was, when he was asking you about the ownership of this firearm, the Beretta that I've just said, I touch on and I leave. When he was asking you about the ownership, your answer was that you don't deal with ownerships and the like. You only deal with ballistic evidence, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso uma ngibuzwa uyena ke uMr Mgomezulu izolo engibuza ke ngomnikazi kwalesi spam ngishilo ngathi ke ukuthi umnikazi ubani lokho ke ngisebenzi ngakho kodwa mina ke ubufakazi ke ekufanele ngibthole.
And similarly for me, my impression, and I'm saying my impression, was that you as a ballistic expert, you are insulated from the nitty-gritties of the case and the investigation so that you can remain partial in doing your examinations. In other words, you are insulated from the day-to-day other investigation of the case. All that you need to do is either ballistic evidence is brought and allocated to you at FSL, and then you do the examination. But the rest of you personally meeting with accused persons, trying to decipher whether or not they had shrapnel or fragment injuries or damages, defects from 2014. It's not something that you can do.
My lord, we do that a lot. We have cases where a person has been shot and he sustained a gunshot wound, and they ask us, can we determine if that was a gunshot wound or was the height maybe, so that we can place the person on the crime scene. We do that on regular basis if the IO requests us to do that.
Kulokho ke bekubuza kona ke uMr Mgomezulu nami ke bengicabanga kanjalo ukuthi wena ke kuphenyo ke olwenziwayo mayelana necala awubikhona ke kodwa nje usebenza ngobufakazi mayelana nezibhamu kanye nazo ke nazo inhlamvu hayi ukuthi ke kufanele uyobheka ukuthi abasola nababamangalelo banga uma ubaqala bangakanani uthi lokho siyakwenza ke amalanga namalanga abakhona ke amaqala la khona ke umuntu udutshuliwe kufanele siyobheka ukuthi ngempela isibhamu yini leso adutshulwa isona lapho ukuthi ke siyakwenza lokho.
And the other aspect, and then I'm not going to belabor that as well, it was touched on to some length by Mr. Mgomezulu, is this one. You are a senior ballistic expert at FSL, and yet the IO sends you to say, go and fetch a particular suspect firearm from me at Cleveland. Whereas we've been told here in court by Mohane Mohola that whenever the captain wanted delegation, he'll delegate them. Why would Gininda send a senior officer of your caliber to a police station to go and pick up a firearm?
My lord, Brigadier Gininda did not send me too far to go and collect the firearm.
Yes. What did he do?
I initiated only because I saw what I was looking at, that I need the firearm to shoot the additional test. I called him, I said, can I get that firearm? He said, no, the firearm was booked back at the CPT. He said, no, I'll go look for it because I know what type of a firearm it is. I know where to look for it. The firearm, firstly, did not have the serial number. So if I go to the station to look for it, I know where to look for it, confirm that this is the right firearm. That's why I decided to go and fetch it.
Akusiyena uGininda umuntu owangithuma ukuthi angiye eCleveland ngiyolanda isibhamu leso. Yimina into eyaphuma kumina ke ukuthi angihambe ngiye lapho. Ngoba ke ngangibheka noma ngakuthola ke lokho ngangibheka ngase mina ke ngimshayela ucingo ukuthi uGininda ukuthi ngiyasifuna ke leso sibhamu ukuthi ngisivivinyeke noma ngisibhekeke kufanele ngisebenzise noma ngidubule ngaso. Wase ngitshela yena ke ukuthi ke isibhamu sise Cleveland. Yimina ke umuntu owayihambela ke ngazi ukuthi isibhamu leso asinayo i-serial number ngiyazi ke ukuthi ngizosithola kuphi nendawo kwaba yimina kwaba yinto ephuma kumina.
And my lord, if the firearm was with the owner, I said it yesterday, if the firearm was with the owner or was with the company, I wouldn't even go and fetch it. I would tell him that I will request that firearm to shoot additional tests. So it was for him to go and fetch it if it was with the firearm, with the owner or the company. But because it's in police custody, I can sign for it out of the 13, shoot the test, and then take it back.
Ngikushilo ke lokhu futhi nayizolo ke ukuthi uma kuukuthi sibamsasi kubunikazi noma ke kwinkampani ngangizoxhumana naye ke ngimtsheleke ukuthi sibam leso ngiyasidinga ke ngifuna ke ukuthi ngidubule ngaso kodwa ngoba ke isibamsasi se police station ngingahamba ngiyayihambela ngayo police station ngiyasayinela ku SAP 13 ngiyastesta futhi ngiyaphinda ngiyasibuyisela ke.
Now, like I said, I'm not going to belabor that point. I was just passing this point that you personally attend to a police station to pick up an exhibit, but let's not belabor that. Your further evidence is that now Captain Gininda also gave you a case number 96-2 of 2015, and with that you went onto your system and then you found that it had a lab number related to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke kunale case number amnika yona ke e962 ka2015 ngase mina mangibheka ke ngathola ukuthi ine lab number.
And the lab number that was attached to that case, if I'm correct, is LAB 34369 of 15. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Uma yebo ke lab number ke kwaku 34369 of 15.
And your further testimony is that the said lab number 34369 of 2015 was received by warrant officer Rulofse, who examined the exhibit firearm, exhibit 4 in this case, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Ubufakazi bami ke ukuthi ke leyo lab number leyo yathola ke noma kwakuyena warrant officer Rulofse okwakuyena ke owavivinya ke noma ke leso stamp edubula ngaso.
And Rulofse conducted the examination, which are the test fires, right, which is 369 TC1 and 2 and 369 TB1 and 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Ubona ke 361 T6 1 and 2 not 3 TCR
369.
369 and TB2 no TB1, yes.
And just for clarification, for those that are confused by the TB and TC, the TC stands for test cartridge 1 and test cartridge 2, right?
That's correct, my lord. When we shoot a test for comparison, or
Yes.
what we'll do is on your cartridge case, the cartridge cases, you mark them with the last 3 digits of the lab number.
Yes.
And then TC1 is test cartridge 1 or test cartridge 2. And on the bullet, it will be the last 3 digits of the lab number, and then it's TB1 or TB2.
Lana ke uTC lana ke ukhuluma khona ngegobolondo ama number elab awugcina ke amathathu bese sithi ke uTC1 uma sikhuluma ngayo ke inhlamvu uTB test a bullet nama number ama ogcina ke amathathu ayo ke lab number.
And your testimony is that you then examined one firearm, which is the exhibit firearm, and the test bullets and cartridges by Rulofse, and compare them whether they imparted markings, right? You compared Rulofse's tests. By now you have received the firearm in this case. So you compared those to the exhibit firearm, Rulofse's examination.
I compared the test,
Fires of Rulofse,
yes,
to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
Rulofse's test.
Yes.
Yes, I did that, my lord.
Engakwenza ke ukubheka ke lokho ama test ke enziwa uyena ke ulose ukubheka ke ukuthi ke adutshula noma aphuma yini kwisibhamu esisodwa.
And then if I understood you well, you said that upon examination, you determined that the class characteristics were discernible, but the individual or striations were not that discernible because of the nature of the bullets that were used in Rulofse's test fires. That is, Rulofse fired FMJs, correct?
That's correct, man.
Futhi ngishilo ke ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke uDolose yena ke manje ke kwakukhona ke la ekuhluka khona ke ngoba ke uDolose yena ke wayesebenzise le inhlamvu lezi ze-FMJ.
Then you yourself commenced with your own examination now of the test firearms. I mean, the test the exhibit firearm, and then you conduct, firstly, a testing with FMJs so that you can see whether the replication and reproducibility of the marks on FMJs fired by Rulofse were there. Did you fire FMJ bullets yourself?
Yes,
as
I
part of
did
the
fire
test?
the FMJ bullet.
Okay.
Yebo nami ke ngasebenzisa wona nami ke ngatesta ke noma ngisebenzisa wona ke ama bullets la noma inhlamvu lezi ze-FMJ.
And if I understood your evidence further, is that because FMJs are a hardcore bullet, you decided to fire bullets similar to those that were fired at the scene, i.e. CMJs, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ngathi ngase ngithi ke ngoba ke ama FMJ wona ke ahlukile ke kona ama CMJ ngase ngithi ngisebenzise ke inhlamvu lezi ke ezifanayo nalezi ezasetshenziswa ke kwindawo yesigameko ama CMJ.
Now, how many FMJs did you test fire yourself?
From to
During
compare
all
with
your
Rudolph.
testing?
My lord, I fired 8 rounds.
Yes.
Eight tests.
Yes.
And of the 8 tests, I think 2 tests were the FMJ, and then the other 6 were the CMJs.
Ama test engawenza ke aba u8. Amabili kuwona ke kwama test FMJ awu6 ke ngawe CMJ.
And now I'm talking about the rule of FMJs that you fired. And correct me if I'm wrong as well. The class characteristics on the FMJs are discernible. On the bullet, forget about casings because we're not talking about casings in this case. The discernible class characteristics are there, correct?
That's correct.
Lana uma sesikhuluma noma ke ama casings lana siwakhohlwa ke kodwa ke lama noma lokho kufunayo ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama characteristics kona kukhona.
And did you observe some of the also similar striations on the FMJs, the rule of ones?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi ke ngabona ke lokho okubizwa ngokuthi ke ama striations afanayo ke kule noma kula ama test yakhe uRolofse.
Now, having seen the similar or discernible class characteristics and some individual characteristics, what were your findings?
My findings were that, my lord, I am convinced it's the same firearm that Rudolph tested.
Lokho ke kwase ke ngiholele kuthini ke manje ngithole ke ukuthi lesi isona ke isibambu lesi esatestwa uyena uRolofse.
Now, let's come to your actual tests now. We've done Rudolph's FMJs, the 2, your 2 FMJs. Let's come to the 6 CMJs. Right? Now, you label your test TC1 369, TC3 to 369, TC10, correct?
That's correct.
The numbers TC1.
In fact, let's use TC1 and TC3 to TC10 because if we continue to say 3691,
TC.
it traps the language. So TC3 to TC10.
Okay. Wona ke ama test lawo engawasebenzisa ke kusuka ke na TC3 kufika ke TC10.
Sorry, are they referred to like that
It's so sorry, my lord.
in your evidence, in your affidavit?
In my affidavit, my lord, is
369.
369 TC3 to 369 TC10.
Okay. But is the court comfortable that we cut off the 369 because it trips the tongue, or should we, for record purposes, put the 369 as well?
No, fine, as long as he agrees that it's
Okay.
the same.
Okay. And then your bullets are marked 369 TB3 to TB10, correct?
That's correct.
Bese amawuka ke uTB 1 u369 ukusuka ke ku1 kuyofika ke ku10.
And you said those CMJs that you find, the 6 ones, are of different manufacturer or are marketed for different companies. You mentioned one of the companies as PNP. What were the other companies that you testified the CMJs for?
The CMJ is not PMP. It was NGA, and the others were from Cellular and Bellot.
Okay.
Cellular and Bellot and NGA.
Oh, okay.
NGA yila ngithi ke ilawa benza ke bona ama CMJ. U-CMJ angishongo ukuthi ke bona benziwa u-PMP.
Oh, so let me clear it because I misunderstand this. So if I misspeak, you must correct me. So the PNPs are FMJs.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ama FMJ wona ke enziwa PMP.
Now, there's this what you used, and we've spoken about it earlier on. You examine, compare, and come to a finding. And when you come to a finding, you'll say it's a match, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Lana ke manje uma sewuqhathanisa ke ube ekugcineni usuyathola ukuthi yebo kuyahlangana.
Now, before we go further with to the charts and everything, there is in your industry what is referred to as a known match, and also what is referred to as a known non-match. A known match, known non-match. What are those for clarification?
When you speak of known match, my lord, we are speaking of an ID that you can see where you know that you shoot the test, you compare your own test, and with the test that you compare, you can get an ID, you know that these firearms, these exhibits were fired in the same firearm. And it's a known match because we are the one who fired the test. And in it,
sorry. Uma ke sesikhuluma ngayo ke known match lona noma ke eyaziwayo ukuthi ila uqhathanisa khona ke kule test eyenziwe ke nawe futhi oyenzayo ke ubone ukuthi cha lana isibhamu esisodwa esisetshenzisiwe ke lana uyakwazi lokho ngoba uwena umuntu okwenzile lokho.
My lord, I think we should pack or finish up the known non-match, then we can pack it.
in the known non-matches where you compare bullets that you know that they were fired in 2 different firearms, or it can be firearms which were manufactured one after the other. There are similarities, but you know from those that, because you know the tests were fired by you, or you know who fired the test, and you know that they were fired in 2 different firearms. It's a known non-match.
Kokunye noma lokho kwesibili ke ila wazi khona ke ukuthi manje sikhuluma ngezibhamu ezimbili ezahlukile noma ke akusona isibhamu esisodwa esadlula lana kodwa izibhamu ezimbili ezihlukile.
So in a known non-match, we know that those firearms, for example, the example that you're giving, they are not supposed to match. The bullets are not supposed to match fired from 2 different firearms.
Well, there can be similarities, but there will always be differences. You can see the similarities because they were manufactured probably one after the other. They're produced by the same tool. So the markings from that same tool will be, somewhere will be the same. But in the process of manufacturing that, because of wear and tear of the tools that they're using, will create another marks which will be unique to a specific one, but not to the same one.
Lana ke esikhuluma ngako ukuthi ke asithi ibhamu ezenziwe ke kodwa ke ngokulandelelana ke kodwa uma se uthola ke noma ke ukuthi ngemiphumela ke ubone ukuthi kukhona ke okuhlukile lana ngokwalesi isibhamu kunesinye.
My lord, I see it's 103. Is that an opportunity?
103.
Yes, my
What
lord.
time do you come back?
At 2 o'clock, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Ramsipid, I heard you say you don't know what FMC meant.
FMJ, full metal jacket. I don't know.
I don't know if you're saying
I don't
serious.
know the composition of those or the makings. my
Now I was
lord.
going to ask you a trivial question.
Yes.
You have never heard of the movie Full
Metal
Metal
Full metal
Jacket
jacket. Yes, I have
by
seen.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes, I've seen.
Oh, I see. You
Thank
know
you, my
something.
lord. Sure.
Yes, my lord.
And then thereafter, you repeat it to be recorded in the microphone so that it can be recorded. So the first one, you can shout like you're relating pirates.
He can use this microphone, it's been made available to him.
Yeah, so that the second one, then you talk so that when he tests whether you have recorded what you were saying previously, it can show that.
My lord, when I look at
So sorry, Colonel, before you start, your conclusion or findings was that you found matches on TB5 and TB9, correct?
yes, as I marked them here. If you look at on my left hand side, it's
Yes.
the exhibit bullet, which is marked 217, 267/14A2.
Yes.
lana ke yona ke mhlawumbe lena ngithi ke yona ke exhibit noma ke yona le eyatholakala emakiwe ke lapha ku 217261482.
And the test bullet is this one.
Yes.
Test bullet is marked 369 TB5.
yona ke lena engathesta ngayo ke inhlamvu 369 TB5.
Okay.
My lord, when you do microscopic comparison, when you look at them, what you're doing is you are not just set them and look at them, you move them also. You must move if you see if your markings, your striations continue to the side, not only on one spot.
Futhi ke uma ukwenza ke lokho ukuthi ke uyibheke ke awubambi indawoni eyodwa ke kodwa ke uyakhamba hambisa ubheka ke ukuthi lama marks lana awekho endaweni eyodwa.
In terms of sequence, let's do it this way because I want to be precise and understanding. First, and I'm not sure if it's the same procedure that you used. You've got the test, right? And then you take it to the ocular comparison microscope and you see firstly at the best marks that you can use for comparison. Am I making sense?
My lord, when you start searching, you cannot just start with the best mark. You start looking at the
Yes,
marks
around,
that are
yes,
visible, that you
yes.
can see.
Yes.
Sorry, let me suggest something. Tell the witnesses and myself and everybody in court, how did you go about testing the using the microscope, moving it above, testing the exhibit bullets and the ones, CMJs and, okay.
Thank you, my lord. I
So
mean, that
explain that way. Then he can cross-examine you, tell you that you were wrong to do this, so it never happens, blah, blah.
My lord, what I did is I took the exhibit bullet and put it on the microscope on my left hand side.
Right.
And then I took the test bullet and put it on the microscope on my right hand side. When you look through the eyepiece, you can see both items at the same time.
Ongakwenza ukuthi ke ngathatha le inhlamvu le ekulefike ngayibeka ke kuyona microscope le engibheka ngayo kuyisandla sami sokunxele ngathatha leya test ngayibeka ke ngaku right uma ke ubheka kuyona ke leyo microscope leyo uzibona zombili ngesikhathi esisodwa.
Right? You can start with your exhibit bullet. Try and look at the marks that is visible, that you can see clearly, that you can identify on your exhibit bullet.
Okwenzayo ke uqala ngalo izibithi leli ke inhlamvu lena ubheke ke ama marks abonakalayo kuyona.
And once you have a mark that you see on the striations that you can see clearly on your exhibit bullet, you go to your right hand side on your test bullet. You start checking on all the grooves one by one. We can see the identical marks on your exhibit bullet, on your test bullets.
Usibonile ke manje ke leyo mark noma lawa ama marks ke lana usuya ke kusandla sakho sakwesokudla ke ubheke ke kuona ke ama grooves ukuthi ke ngaba uyabona yini lawa ama marks lawo usuwabonile ke kusandla kwesasokunxele.
Right. Once you have seen the identical marks on both items, on your exhibit and on your bullet, you start counting how many are they or how clear are they, or look at the quality of your markings or that you can see, or even the quantity of how many are they. Then when you start moving your exhibit, you move both of them simultaneously to the next groove. you check the next groove.
Okwenzekayo-ke usuwabonike lawo ma-marks ewabheka-ke ukuthi-ke kanjani-ke mangaki-ke futhi-ke ila uqala khona-ke manje ukuthi-ke usuyiwahambisa-ke uwahambisa omabili-ke ngesikhathi esisodwa.
And on the next groove, you look at the markings. If there are any markings that can, if you can't see clearly the marks or there's no, you turn now to the next groove. So moving to your grooves, you must move on both items at the same time. You cannot move one and then leave the other one because your marks must be relatively on the same position. So if it's on groove number 1, it must be on groove number 1. If it's on groove number 3 on this one, it must be on groove number 3 on this one.
Ingakho-ke kufanele uma-ke usujikelezisa-ke ukwenze kokubili-ke ngesikhathi esodwa ukwazi ukuthi uhambise yodwa enye uyimise-ke ngoma uma ukuthi leyo mark leyo iku-groove number 1 nangala kufanele kube ku-groove 1 uba ku-groove 3 nangala ulindele ukuthi ube u-groove 3 ingakho kufanele uyihambise ngesikhathi esodwa.
And when looking at that, you can see a pattern that matches on both sides. Not necessarily the striation, but you can see even a pattern, that this pattern also appears on this. You match that pattern, it must be also be in relative the same position.
Futhi-ke la ubona khona-ke naloko bakubiza ngokuthi-ke indlela-ke noma-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-pattern-ke futhi nokuhamba kwayo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kube sendaweni noma-ke position eyodwa.
You don't have to find 6 on all the grooves, or in some of the grooves you can find 2 or 3 that matches to 2 or 3, as long as they are on the same relative position when you rotate all of them.
Ayikho-ke into ethi kufanele-ke kuzo zombili-ke uthole-ke u-6-ke kwenye-ke usungathola u-2 kodwa nje ukuthi uma uyijikelezisa uyathola ukuthi lokho kusendaweni eyodwa.
Okay. Now let's move to the 6 striae that you said you found on TB9.
On TB
This one.
5.
That is this. Is this TB5 the one that is displayed? Is it TB5?
My lord, as I said, when you look at them, you don't just look at one point.
Yes.
You also move them to a side.
Yes.
Now, there are, in some instances, you can see your marks clearly towards the edge of the bullet. But when you look into this one, the same marks that you see on this, because it's a striation, it continues to, you can see clearly towards the front of the bullet, not towards the back of the bullet.
Ingakho-ke bengithe uma ukuhambisa lokhu kokuhambisa ngesikhathi esisodwa-ke ngoba uma ukuthi-ke uyawabona laphayana ezansi kwenye nalena uma usuyihambisa nayo-ke uyayibona-ke uma isiya-ke ngaphambili-ke hhayi ngemuva kuyona inhlamvu.
Colonel, I'm not sure whether you still have Exhibit 4 on you, which is the exhibit bullet, and show us this part on the left relative to the bullet, whether it's at the base, in the middle, or at the front. I'm not sure if you've got it.
Which one?
The exhibit bullet, the actual projectile that was fired. If you can use that to demonstrate your explanation.
I'll rather use this.
Oh, the big one, yes. Yeah, show us with the model, big one, yes.
Now, when your bullet went through the barrel of a firearm, when you speak of the grooves, we are speaking of this, and the striations are these lines inside your grooves.
Yilokhu-ke sikhuluma ngakho uma sikhuluma ngama-striations yilama line la angaphakathi kuyona i-groove yakho.
Now, when you do your comparison microscope, your exhibit will be on your left, your test will be on your right.
Yes.
When you look through the microscope, you can see them as if they are joined together.
Uma ubheka-ke lokhu ubheka-ke onye eku-left enye ku-right manje-ke uyakuhlanganisa-ke uhlanganisa zombili uma uzibuka.
Right, let's say these are the best marks or the clear marks that you can see on your exhibit bullet. Now you start rotating the test bullet to see if you can see any matching striations on this one that can continue with this one.
Asithi-ke manje-ke lana-ke engiwabhekile-ke iwona-ke ama-marks wakho ekuwona wona-ke manje usuzosebenzisa lena-ke kuhlangothi langakwesokudla-ke ubheke ukuthi akhona yini owatholayo-ke afanayo nala.
Now if you haven't matched, like it's a continuation from that side to this side, you start moving them together to the next groove. Is the next groove matching? Now in this instance, what you see, the idea that is there, it's towards the back of the, somewhere here.
Lokho okubonayo la yilo kwathi kungasemuva-ke lana kuyona-ke lokho okubonakalayo la.
Okay.
Now if you look at your bullets towards the front.
Uma uyibheka inkambi yakho ke phambili.
I just want to point out something.
Yeah,
like
fine.
this. Now, when you look at your striation line,
Use that,
The laser.
the laser.
it's not clear.
It's not clear. Okay, fine, fine.
It's not clear.
All right, fine, okay.
Now, when you look at the first one, you see this, the third one, it continues to that.
Yeah, the first line.
Uma ubheka ke lo line lo uyaqhubeka ke ukuya ngale.
Now, when you look at this one, there's two others here, but they're not visible here, they're not that clear, but they continue there towards the front.
Ubheka lana kasenzansi ke. Uma ubheka ngalena ke awacacile kodwa uma ubheka ngalena ke aya ngokubonakala.
You have this one that continues straight.
Unaleya eya straight ngale.
It's this side and it's that side. You have here, this side is not that clear, but on that other side it's clear.
Lana ngala ayicacile kodwa ngale iyabonakala.
And my lord, it all goes with experience and training that you have received.
Lokhu ke konke kuhamba ke ngesipiliyoni ke kanye futhi ke noqeqeshwa okutholayo.
And we've said that those striations that match must be in the same relative area, correct?
In the same relative area, yes, they're in the same relative area.
position.
Ngishilo ukuthi la lokho kuhlanganayo noma ke ngathi kufanele ukuthi kube sendaweni engathi indawo eyodwa.
Because what I did not get, I'm not sure which line, is it possible to numerically identify the lines that you've seen, the striations? Should I, my lord, I beg you to check. Move me closer here. I want to see something. Do you want to have a look? My lord, we beg you just to be closer here. Yeah, wait for Mr. Peterson to get his. I was wondering if we can also go patch ourselves somewhere so that we can also
Yes, yes,
follow
yes, yes. No problem.
the explanation.
No problem.
Thank you, my lord. Here's a bar, I think.
Hey, I want to hear everything which is said in this court. No whispering.
No, he was saying that.
Yeah, yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay, my lord.
I want to
sorry
hear
about
that because that's evidence.
Sorry, my lord, about that. Yeah, Colonel, you can then approach the monitor and point at the lines for us.
When you look at the first one, this.
The first try.
The first two that runs like a rail train.
First two.
The rail, what? Train rail.
Train, yeah?
These two here.
Come
Yeah,
back.
they're not clear, but we continue looking towards them. There they are.
On the right, they are clear. On the left, sorry. On
they are
the,
clear.
and when they move towards the right,
Towards the dividing line.
that's it.
They are not that
They become fainter.
They become faint.
Right.
And they are clear again here towards the front of the bullet.
Uma uqala ke lama line akhuluma ngawuqinele lana ayabonakala. Kodwa ke lana awabonakali kodwa ukuqhubekayo uya ngaphambili kwemthambo aphinde ayavela futhi.
Right.
We have a third one, this third one that continues towards the side.
Kube nalena ke futhi eqhubekayo yona ke iyophumela ngale.
Is that on the top of the left? Is that the third one is on top?
This one.
Yeah, is it the top? It's not the top.
No, it's on the same groove.
Okay, fine, all right.
It continues, but when it gets towards the, here, it's not that clear, but when you continue to it, it's also clear again.
Okay. On the right side, it's half clear.
Yes, just after the dividing line, it's half here,
And then
clear.
it becomes fainter.
Yeah, it becomes faint and then it
It's
becomes
fainter
clear again.
when you start, it starts on the medium line. When it
after passing this dividing line,
becomes faint,
it becomes a little bit faint,
that's it.
and then it picks up again.
And then it picks up, yeah.
Uma unje uyachaza kulo line ke lo osibanissayo ke ila engacace khona kodwa uqhubeka ke ila iphinde ibonakala khona.
And we come to this one, man. It's also visible this side, straight.
Bese siza kulo na lo line manje uyabonakala ngapha noqhubeka ke uya ngale.
Visible all around.
That's correct.
Indawo yonke.
And when you look up here, it's this one. It starts here. It continues to that side.
Musuqhubeka ke uya phezulu kulo yana ke iyaqala ngala akabule iyaqhubeka iya ngale.
Yes, I'm with you.
And here, it starts here. This side is not clear, but it starts here. When you go towards the front, it continues to towards the front again.
Lo awukhomba yeo ke ila ukuthi ngala awucaceleke kodwa uma uya ngale na ke kula uyaqhubeka ke.
Okay.
And all these are on one groove, man.
Konke lokhu ke kugroove eyodwa.
What do you call those so that we all understand? Striations.
Uma kubizwa lo kuthiwa ngama-striations.
Right. Okay.
Now, Colonel,
At
sorry.
the end of the experiment.
Thank you, my lord. Now, Colonel, with respect to this TB5 and the test bullet as well, the striae that we've just counted and referred to, are they matching consecutively according to you?
That's correct, man.
Mina ke ngokwami ke lokhu ke kuyahlangana ke ngokuhambisana noma yeah kuyahlangana.
Okay. So this one, we are saying that you found 6 matching consecutive striae.
That's correct, man.
Mina ke ngathola eziwu-6 maka ngathola awu-6 ke ahlangana.
And then, are those the 6 ones that you pointed out? How many did you point during this exercise here?
In 7, man.
La lo ngiqeda ukukhomba ke lana ku-7.
Okay. Then let's go to the one that you referred to that I'm not sure which one is going to be, because in your evidence in chief previously you said on the other one you found 5. So I don't know which other one you found 5. Can you, from the exhibits, show us which one you found 5?
It's on E4.
E4 ila engishilo ke khona ke ufaka zami ukuthi ngathola ke 5.
Show it. Let's see it.
Is this what we are referring to?
That's correct, man.
Khona lokho engikhuluma ngakho.
Again, Colonel, I'm going to ask you to repeat the same exercise by approaching the monitor and showing us precisely those 5 matching striations.
Now we'll start with this one. It's there and it continues to that side.
Sizoqala ke ngale ukhombe ke lena senzansi iqala ngala kule iyaqhubeka ke ngale.
We have this one that continues from this side. Also, two that runs like a rail train.
Bese sibanga lezi ezimbili ke nazo ke siqala ngalo hlangothi ke lase left iyaqhubeka ke ngale.
We have this one, which is the 4th one.
Sibeke nale nake ekhombayo ukuthi isine yona.
And we have the 6th one, which is on, the 5th one, which is on top.
Bese ba nale nake yehlanu ephezulu yona.
And are you confirming that those 5 are consecutively matching striae as well?
That's correct.
Nazo ke lezo ke nazo ke ziyahlangana zihambisana.
Then finally, regarding this chart, Colonel, can we go to the one that you said you found 2 matching striae?
When you use the word conservatively, what do you intend? I know what you want to say, but is that the correct word?
Consecutive, that's the criteria, my
No,
lord.
consecutively.
Consecutive.
Oh, fine, yeah, it's the Z which
matching.
confuses me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't come up with me, my lord. It's the term that they use in the statement. I'm not using it.
If you look at E2 and E3, it's the same one. It's just that the
E2?
magnification is not the same.
Sorry. E
E2
and
and E3.
Lana-ke sikhuluma ngayo E2 kanye no E3.
What? The same?
It's the same groove, but
Yeah.
the magnification are not the same. I didn't use the same magnification. Well, I'm trying to enlarge it so that it can be clear.
Okay, but they are in the same group.
It's the
as
same
you say.
groove. It's on the same groove.
Fine.
Lana-ke sikhuluma ngegroove eyodwa-ke kodwa la bengizama ukuthi ngenze enkulu khona-ke icace bonakaleke akufani kona.
You don't have a microscope with you here. You don't have.
No, my lord.
No, I was just thinking. Or a magnifying glass. You don't have.
No, I don't have the
So
magnifying
that a
glass.
doubting Thomas like me can take it and go and look at it and see what you are saying when you say it's there in the same group, but you didn't magnify it because you wanted it to be clearer. Am I quoting you correctly, sir?
That's but I took it. The magnification is not I didn't
Important.
use the same lenses. In one you can see it, and the other one I try to enlarge it so that it can be a bit clearer.
So one is enlarged.
The magnification.
Right,
When you
yeah.
use the smaller magnification,
That's it.
You can see it, but you can't see it. When you increase your magnification,
Yeah, it becomes
like
diffused.
you bring it closer so you can see them better.
Ukuthi yenzeke igameke ibenkulu-ke uma ngisebenzisa-ke amaglasi ahlukeneke enye-ke kwenye noma le encane yona-ke ayibonakali ngokucaceleke kodwa enye-ke uma ngabe bangathi iyasondela-ke iba nkulu.
But they are also predicated on the same principle that they have to be on the same level.
That's correct, Maro. They are
Yeah,
on the same level.
On
and
the same level, so that we
relative-
mustn't think some of
on the
us
same
that
relative
they are,
position.
they are haphazard. They are on the same level, as you said. That's the principle.
That's
And then-
correct, my lord.
And then you move them together in the sense of the scope, the microscope. When you
Microscope.
move them also.
That's correct, Maro.
Fine.
Nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi kufanele ukuthi zibe ku-level eyodwa-ke uma sewuhambisa-ke ngayo-ke i-microscope ukubheka-ke ukuthi sendaweni eyodwa.
So with respect to what you say, they are the same groove, one to different magnification, E2 and E3. Which one between them is the larger magnification?
E3, you can see, but you can't see it exactly clearer as E2.
Ku-E3 uyayibona kodwa ayiboni-ke ngokugqamileke njengoba uyibona ku-E2.
Which one is this now? The one that is displayed, Colonel, if you can look at the monitor, is this
That's
the,
E3.
that's the magnified
E3
one?
lona.
Is this the magnified one? I mean the...
That's the E3, yes.
Okay, and then if you then approach the monitor again and say, if you can see the two striae that you said you saw consecutively there.
You can see these two, man.
Lezi ezimbili uyayibona.
What are those?
Those are the striations created by the groove of the firearm.
Ilawo-ke amastraya ayenziwe yiyona-ke i-groove yaso ispan.
Let me return then to my okay. All right, and let's go back, Colonel, in respect of the first where you identified 6, 5, and 2 retrospectively. Respectively. Where are the individual characteristics as opposed to class characteristics here? What
Those
were
are the
we-
individual
were we looking
characteristics.
for
The
individual
ones that I was
characteristics?
pointing out to you, it's individual characteristics.
And-
loko engiceda ukukhomba-ke noma loko bengikhombile la ngaphambi iwona-ke la ma-characteristics awodwa-ke engikhuluma ngawo ukuthi iwona abhekwayo.
And even E2 and E3, the ones that we say are similar, are also individual characteristics.
That's correct, Madam.
Kanye naye-ke u-E2 no-E3.
And then let's go to E4 and E5, because I want to know how many identifications have you made. E4 and E5, are they one and the same thing or different things?
E4 and E5 is the same markings with different magnification.
U-E4 no-E5 ama-markings-ke afanayo-ke kodwa-ke uma uwabheka uwenza amakhulu-ke ahlukile.
Thank you, my lord. Let me return to my station. My lord, I'm going to request that we take, having had the exercise done, to take instructions from our experts so that I can continue with my
You want me
cross-examination.
to read? What's your time there, sir?
3, my lord.
22-3.
You want me to adjourn, or what do you want me
Yes,
to do?
yes, my lord.
For how long? Forever or when? 2 weeks?
Until 3, my lord, is 22.
Until 22. What's the time now?
Until 3, it's 22-3, my lord.
Until 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Is that okay?
That's okay, Madam.
Thank you, my lord.
Until 3.
to have access to the exhibits that you examined, including the test bullets and the firearm, the exhibit firearm in this case?
That's correct, my lord.
Uzokhumbula ukuthi sacela ke noma ke ungoti wethu ke okhona enkantolo wacela ukuthi ke lamazibithi nalama test isibhamu osebenze ngazo ukuthi uyacela ke ukuthi abe nazo. Yebo.
And were you and Brigadier Gininda present during such an examination of the exhibits at the experts lab in Midrand?
That's correct, my lord. I was present.
Ngikhona ke yebo enkathi ke sebenza ngabo ke lokho.
Now, having consulted with our expert, and he will come and tell this court that what you purported to be matches, be it the 6, the 5, and the 2, are not matches because the application of CMS says the matching must be consecutive, that there should not be a break.
There should
When
not
you
be
count-
a break.
Yes, when you count the striations.
No, that's not how it works. The consecutive matching strike, you have your consecutive matching strike. As long as your matching strikes are in one group and they are matching, there can be a break as long as your break is exactly the same on both sides.
Uthi ke yena ke lokhu wena ke ukhazile lana ukuthi ke kuyahlangana ayisibona ke ngoba ke kukhona ke lapho noma khona uthi cha iCMS asikona ke lokho ekushoyo ukuthi ke ukuthi leyo ke ingakhona ke futhi ke nabo kokuhlangana ke kufanele futhi kube kuyahambisana.
Okay. And when he tested, he observed breaks that are either available on the exhibit bullet on the left and not breaks on the right. Therefore, it cannot be a match because in that sense, when there's a break, you restart your counting again to come to a finding of a match.
No, that's not how it works, my lord.
Ayisona ke indlela okusebenza ngayo le ayishoyo ke ukuthi ke uma ngabe usuqhathanisa uthola ukuthi kunobungamuko okhona ke kufanele uqale kabushe ukubala ukuthi cha ayisebenzi kanjalo.
And that when he
Sorry, but you must tell the court how it works. It's not enough to tell the witness or Mr. Ramosipidi that is not how it works. The court must understand how it works,
My lord.
according to you, because he is saying it's supposed to be the way he says it should be, and you say, no, that is not how it works. Yes.
That's correct, my lord. That's not how it. There will always be a break. If you have the striations, you can't have all the striations being more or less joined. Because if you're saying there must not be a break, it means there mustn't be anything that divides it.
Yes.
So if it's a striation line, there's a break in between, there's another one, there's a break, there's another one. So there's always be a break, but your breaks must be equal on both items.
Kuzoba khona ke ngaso sonke isikhathi ke ukungamuka futhi ke uma ngabe uthi ke angabi khona ke noma ke lawo ma breaks angabi khona ke kusho ukuthi akukho ke okwenzekile ke khona lapho kodwa lawo ma breaks lawo kufanele ke alingane.
So what we are referring to, Colonel, I think, and you must clarify that, it's what we call a break in similarities. Are you with me?
Break in similarities.
Yes, when you can say, for example, you've counted 1, 2, and then the break is on the left-hand side, there is a mark, but on the right-hand side, it's not there. So the 2 that you've counted, a break on the left, a mark on the left, and this side, it does not appear on the right. Are you understanding me?
My lord, when you do your comparison,
Yes.
not all the markings which are inside the barrel will be clear on your exhibit or on your test. Some of times we find that you have your marks here, they are very clear. Here, there's a break because your bullet, when it gets into the barrel, when it starts moving, there are sometimes you find that the middle part of it does not come into contact with
Yeah, we understand you.
does not come into contact with the barrel of the firearm. So there won't be marks, but there can be marks towards the front and towards the back.
Sorry.
Ungathola ke ukuthi ama marks angakhona ke phambili abe khona ke ngasemuva kodwa maphakathi nendawo angabi khona ke ngoba ke kuyenzeka ukuthi ke uma ishayisa la ngaphakathi kuyona ke ibarrel leyo yesibhamu.
In other words, tell me if I'm wrong, the way I understand you, the barrel of a firearm is not chiseled. It has indentations and radiations, as you call them,
Lens and grooves.
inside.
Inside, that's
And
what-
rifling, as you call
and
it.
rifling and inside, my lord.
I mean, common sense tells me that the distance, when it travels, it's not straight.
It's spiraling.
My lord,
There's movement.
it will be straight, but there will be movement of a bullet.
Yeah, but
somewhere.
movement-
But the minute you find that movement, it's where it misses some of the markings which were supposed to be transferred to it.
Uma ke leso lenhlamvu seyihamba khona ke ngaphakathi ila khona ke amanye noma ezinye yalawo markings lawo ke izowageja ke.
And having done that exercise, he found that there are discernible class characteristics and some matching individual characteristics, but that they are not enough for an identification. There's no sufficient agreement for an identification.
Probably for him, there's no sufficient enough, but for me, there was sufficient enough, my lord.
Inkinga ke ukuthi ke yena ke uma ebheka uthole ukuthi ke akukho ke okwanele kodwa mina ke ngathola ukuthi khona ke okwanele ukusho ukuthi ngempela isona.
Now, Mr. Ramsepili, put the question or the assertion clearly
Yes.
so that everybody can understand it.
Yes.
When you say there are no identifications, say what are you saying?
My Lord,
I'm with you. I understand what you want to
I am
convey.
saying, let me break it down. When he did the examination comparison and he came to a finding, he says the following: the class characteristics are the same, right?
How many of those striations?
We are not talking about the striations, man.
Of
I'm
all.
talking about the class.
Yeah,
There's
all, okay, fine. All of them.
between the exhibit bullet
Yeah, we've got two.
and the test bullet.
We've got the test and the exhibit. Fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the class characteristics are the same.
On both.
The
Sides.
test and the
Okay,
exhibit
fine,
bullet,
fine.
my lord. But when we, did you interpret? Okay. But when we come to the individual characteristics, because in order to have a match, we must have class characteristics and individual characteristics that are sufficient to say that there is a match, correct?
That's correct, man.
Ukuthi ke sisho ukuthi ngempela ke lokhu kuyahambisana noma ke kuyahlangana ke kulokhu kubizwayo ke ukuthi uma kuhlanganisiwe ama characteristics ahlanganisiwe nala ayihambela odwa kufanele konke lokho ke kuhlanganeke ukuze usho ukuthi ngempela ke uthole lokho kutholile.
So they constituted a match, those characteristics. Are you saying that, sir?
To me, yes, my lord, they constituted a
They
match.
constituted a match.
That's
a
correct,
match.
my lord.
Yes, but I wasn't done with my proposition to you. The proposition then is that there are discernible and matching class characteristics. He does not deny that. But he's going to say when he compared the individual marks, some of them were there, but they are also not sufficient enough to render a finding of a match. Therefore, his finding is that is one of inconclusive. That is, he cannot say either way that the exhibit bullet was fired from the exhibit firearm.
But the individual characteristics were there.
Some individual
Were
characteristics.
there.
Yes.
Some of them were there.
Yes, but they were not in sufficient agreement.
But for me, they were sufficient enough to say that it's positive.
Kumina ke njengoba yena ke ethi kwakungenele ke lokhu yena ke akuthola ke yebo uthi wakuthola wakubona kodwa kwangenele mina ke kwakwenele ukuthi ke ngifikelele kuloko engafikelela khona.
Now, there's let me first start it here. When you were at the laboratory of Mr. Petersen, he then made a proposition to you that he can test fire the exhibit bullet that is a known match with another known non-match. That is a bullet fired from a different firearm of that we don't know the source of. You recall that exercise that he undertook with you?
Yes, I remember that one.
Okay.
Yebo ngiyamkhumbula ke esho ke ukuthi ke usengavivinya noma ke atteste ke lenhlamvu ke atteste nenye ke ejule mhlambe kwesinye ke isibhamu angasazi.
But did that happen?
My lord,
Did that suggestion happen?
no, he took a bullet that was fired and he tried to match it, and on that there was some matching on it, of which he
Let's
said,
go, my lord, let's go to it. It's there on the screen. If it can be also been.
No, I want this quote. I want to understand because
Yes.
he had to replicate your test. Is that not so?
my test, my lord.
No, yeah, the findings, for instance. You told him this is what I did, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You told this court that.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, he has to counter that if he wants to.
He has to counter that.
Doesn't have to do the same thing which you did. He can come with other experiments. Is that what you're saying?
My lord, he did the same experiments that I did. He compared the exhibits and the test.
That's it, the same experiment.
The same experiment.
Now, what were the results there? Because if you come and formulate another modus operandi, then this is not what this court had.
It's not, you see, my lord, sometimes we ask for patience for this reason. There's an expert that is testifying. I want to refer to that expert, and I've qualified that a particular exercise was done in the presence of an expert, by our expert, to show a certain proposition to him.
Okay, fine. Go.
And I'm saying that thing, that exhibit, we've given it to the state, and it's there, it must be beamed. Then he explains it. If the court has got questions after explanations, then so be it.
Okay, go on.
Yes. Colonel Mangena, if you can look to that, and I believe that at the time you also took camera via your cell phone of this experiment that was performed by Mr. Peterson.
Of this one?
Yes.
No, I didn't take a picture.
Okay.
Now, what is that, Mr. Ramusipisi?
What is that? I'm explaining, my lord. Brachot, can you make it bigger? I don't know how.
Hello?
My lord, I'm explaining. On the left-hand side is is the exhibit bullet in this case.
On the left.
On the left.
Yeah.
And my lord, in terms of their terminology, that will be a known match, according to his evidence, because they say they know the source of the
Right, fine.
the firearm that fired it. But on the right will be a known non-match. So it's got nothing to do with the tests that he conducted. This is a random bullet that was picked up from a consignment of spent bullets from the catalog of our expert. And the purpose of this exercise was to show that the two marks on E2 and E3, the striae on E2 and E3, when you compare them with a known not match, that is the random bullet, it also produces the same mark, but it even produces better. There are 3 striae on there. So he could match it.
So, I mean, that's common sense
Yes.
and logic decrees to me that the exhibit bullet is changed.
It's changed.
It's different.
How is it different?
Is it different or is it the same bullet which was picked up? Wait. With the same bullet which was allegedly picked up on the cupboard.
Yes.
Is that the same bullet?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes. But what I'm saying, my lord,
Yes.
there are 3 tests that the colonel did, which is 3 to 10. But on the right, it's not any of the 3 to 10. That's a random bullet. Fired from another firearm, not even the test firearm.
A different
in this case.
firearm.
Yes. So the purpose was to show the reproducibility of this, to show that the so-called match can be produced by a different firearm. And that exercise was performed in the presence of
Yes,
the
let's
colonel.
hear your answer.
No, my lord, when you look at it, it's only where at the base where it started. But the minute you start moving it towards the front, there's a complete different markings on those ones. So where they start, they can match. It's not that it's only this one. You can do it with many other bullets, where you can force it to match where you started. But the minute you start moving it towards the center, you see a complete different.
Lana ke ila iqale khona ngoba kuthiwa ile nhlawumbe eyasetshenziswa kodwa yasetshenziswa nje kwisivamisi esihlukile. Uthi lana iqale khona ke ungathola ke ukuthi yebo ungakwenza lokho nangeyiphi inhlamvu. Kodwa uma usuqhubeka ke uyaphambili uzothola ke ukuthi kushintshile akusafani.
Yeah, from my understanding, so 2 firearms were used to mimic the actual firearm.
One firearm
No,
was
no.
used,
One firearm, my lord.
And then,
and then the bullet fired in that firearm was compared to the exhibit bullet in our case.
so it was one firearm, the same firearm.
No, a complete different firearm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you're mimicking the actual firearm which was not used.
That's
When you
correct,
say it's
madam.
completely different.
That's
I
correct.
thought I understood English. So there were 2 firearms.
2 firearms, meaning the firearm that we used.
And the alleged firearm which allegedly did whatever.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah, 2 different firearms.
That's correct, my
Oh,
lord.
my lord.
Lana ke kwasetshenziswa ivami ke ezimbili ezihlukene yilesi ke isona ke testwa ke kanye nesinye ke isivami.
We want to hand this
Yeah, but sorry, just to recap, you were trying to explain that that photo. You
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
take a photograph of that sequence on the screen.
No, I didn't.
You
take-
did not?
No,
And what is your explanation? Why did you not take a photo?
it was the examinations conducted by Mr. Peters.
Yeah, but you were there. Why did you not take a photo?
My lord, I didn't want to interfere too much when he's in investigation.
Okay, now that you didn't do it, just explain to this court what am I saying,
Yes.
so that everybody can be au fait with what he or she is saying. What is that?
My lord, on this is the exhibit bullet that we had.
The exhibit?
The exhibit bullet.
That's it, yeah, fine. On the left.
And on the right is a test fired in a different firearm, not in our exhibit firearm.
Lana ke kulesi ke ilena ke imhlamvu besinayo ke kodwa ke right yenye ke kodwa ke ejijule ngesinye isibhamu ngasona ke lesi isibhamu.
I hear you.
And the matching that he shows is only here, where you can see. But when you go further on this bullet, you cannot see the matching. There's no matching on it. So according, because this one can match, to him he says you can compare it with any other language, of which it's not possible that it's going to be positive with the other.
Yena
any
ke
other firearm.
atshengisa noma kuyaveza ke ilokhu ke okumakiweke khona lapha kodwa ke kuqhubeka ukuyale phambili ke akutshengisi ke ekula ngithi mina ke kunomehluko ke okhona.
My lord,
Wait, we'll come to that. I thought you said to me, and I have read literature, which says no 2 firearms can replicate themselves. They are unique.
That's correct, man.
Now you and the experts of the defense, you go and conduct another test using a different firearm from the one which is alleged to have committed an offense. Is that
Well-
what you are telling me?
What he did when he was comparing it, he just brought another bullet. Said, "Let me compare it with." it."
And where did the other gun come from?
That's the firearm that he had. I
So
don't
he
know
brought a
which fire-
firearm and brought other bullets.
no.
It's one of the bullets that he fired from one of his firearms. I don't know which
Yeah, fine,
firearm.
fine. Now just want to understand.
Ukuthi ke yebo
So that
wazake
I can see that a
nehlamvu
fish is
wabe
called a
ezake
fish.
futhi nesinye isibhamu.
Exactly my point, my
Yes,
lord.
yes.
That's what we were trying to demonstrate
Yeah, fine,
with
fine.
this. So with that, my lord, I beg leave to hand this demonstrative exhibit
Yeah, fine.
as an exhibit of the court and exhibit. Triple L, my lord.
Yeah, but there are 2 other exhibits. Remember, there are 2 statements. One of Sephora, one of
okay.
Bentley or Knight.
Okay. So this one will be exhibit triple L, and then the Bentley, my lord, apparently is triple L. Sorry, my lord.
Triple N.
Yeah, the statement of Bentley. L1, triple
And then
L1.
Knight.
The triple L1 is Bentley, my lord. The statement of Mr. Montwedi, AB Montwedi, who says he's from provincial, it will be triple L2.
I thought it's Sifularo.
Montwedi, Sifularo Montwedi, yes,
Oh,
my
I
lord.
see. Sifularo Montwedi, fine.
Yes. And then this exhibit, the striation marks on bullets, the demonstrative one will be triple L3. my
Okay.
lord.
Fine.
Now, Colonel, you said that after you had conducted the test and made a finding, you called 4 of your colleagues to come and do the review of your work to confirm the findings, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Sorry.
I asked some of my colleagues just to confirm if what I'm seeing is what they also can see.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke emuva kokuthi sengiqedileke ngabiza ke ozakwethu ukuthi nje ube nokuqinisekisa ukuthi lokho engikubonayo ingabe bayabona nabo yini.
What are the names of these colleagues? You did mention them, but
It was
for record,
Lieutenant Colonel Fesser.
Hello?
Lieutenant Colonel Fesser.
Colonel Fesser,
Yes.
Reg,
It was
wie else?
Captain Rieta Feljun.
Brede Verloon.
Rieta Feljun.
Brieta Verloon, right?
It was
Wie-
Captain Ntini,
Captain Mutimi
and it was Lieutenant Colonel Serreo.
and Lieutenant Colonel Sebeko.
Serreo.
Serreo, sorry. Serreo. Okay, fine.
And let me start with this one. Fesser, is it Colonel Fesser? Which tests of yours did he use to review and confirm your findings?
I gave them all the tests.
Okay.
Ingabe ke laba ke abachazayo ke uFesel, uFalyun, uNtini kanye noSirewo ibona ke ngithi ke bazoqinisekisa ukuthi lokho engikubonayo noma engakuthola kuyikona yini. Ngabe ke uFesel lona yena ke iwapi ama test wakhe awasebenzisa ngabanikeza konke engakwenza noma engama test engawenza.
And your testimony is that only Sereo deposed to an affidavit confirming your findings, correct?
That's correct, my lord. When I do a microscopic comparison, I'll look into it. If it's a positive match, I have a positive match, I'll get another analyst to come and confirm my findings. So I'll give him all the exhibits, all the tests. He must do his own comparison. And if he agrees with me that it's a match, he will sign the form to confirm that he has checked these exhibits and he found a positive match on it.
Okushoyo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uSirewo kuphela ke owenza istatement esifungelwe. Yebo engikwenzayo ukuthi uma ngabe sengiqhathanisile ke ngenze umsebenzi wami ke uzobiza umunye ke umkaningi naye ke ozobheka uma naye esho ukuthi ngempela ke naye uthola lokho engikutholile naye ke uzobe seyasayina ke kuleyo form leyo.
And if I understood your evidence or even the 212 of Captain, is it Colonel Sereo? He says that he confirmed test fires TB4 and TB8, correct? If you can have a look at his affidavit. And I believe the state is going to call him to come and testify as well.
Yes, sir.
Do you have his affidavit, Colonel?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
That's correct. He checked the 369 TB4 and 369 TB8.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke uKenneth Sereo awabheka ke u 369 TB4 no 369 TB8.
And your findings were based on TB4 5 and TB9, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Mina ke ngakuthola kwakungo TB5 no TB9.
Now, I want to understand this, and it's for clarification purposes. Why did Sereo have to use separate test fires from your test fires? Because he's confirming what you have already said you found as a match. Why did he go to 4 and 8 and not utilize 5 and 9?
My lord, after doing my comparison, I used test bullet 5 and 9.
Yes.
So I gave him all the tests that I have fired. So he can choose which other bullet that he wants to use. So I'm not going to tell him which bullets to use, but I just give him all the tests so he can choose any of the tests that I gave him to do a comparison.
Mina ke nanje ngisebenzise yena ke uTB5 no TB9. Mina ke ngimnikeza onke ama test engiwenzile. Uyena ke oyikhethelayo kaphi mina omtshelayo ukuthi wena sebenzisa lokhu nalokhu yena ke uyayikhethela ke ngoba umbuzo uthi kungani ke yena sebenzise uTB4 no TB8 kodwa wena ke beku TB5 no TB9.
Now, in this vein, that you personally, having examined, compared, and came to a conclusion on TB5 and TB9, you produced the court charts to show the marks that you referred to as matches, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Sengikwenzile ke lokho konke lokhu ngase ngikhipha lama charts ebesiwa vezileke khona la ukubonisa noma ukuveza ke lawo ma marks lawo.
Do you know if Colonel Sereo also produced his own charts to show the striations that he said they are sufficient enough on TB4 and TB8 to show that there is also a match, thereby confirming your examination and your finding?
My lord, normally when we work on cases like this, if you confirm, you don't have to do a court chart because it's not your case, it's somebody else's case. You just confirm the microscopic results that he found. So if the court will request him to come and testify and do a court, that's when he will do the court chart. But normally we don't do it that way.
Ingabe naye ke uSireo naye ke ama charts lana ke wawenza yini? Uma senza lokhu ke okwenzayelo ke wena ke uma kufanele nje uqinisekiseke lokhu ukuthi ngempela lo muntu uthole ekuyikona awenzi wena ke ama charts ngoba ke okwakho nje ukuvuma ukuthi yebo lokhu ukutholile nami ngiyakubona ke lana kodwa uma kuukuthi ke fanele ezenkantolo azofakaza inkantolo bisiyamcela ilapho ke azowenza khona.
Now, in your experience, have you ever had a situation whereby you make a finding of a match, then you call somebody to do, your colleague or another ballistic expert to do a peer review, then they come to a different conclusion to you and say this was either inconclusive or the other conclusions that can be reached in terms of the FT standards or conclusions?
If I do a microscopic comparison, I reach a certain conclusion, I request another expert to do the same. If he reached a different conclusion, we go to the third analyst or experienced expert to check on it, just to confirm our findings.
Okwenzekayo asithi mina ngisebenzile ke ngathola ke lokho ngikutholayo ngidlulisela komunye ukuthi abheke yena ke athole ngendlela eyahlukileke le mina sizocela ke owesithathu ke yena ke manje okuyena ke ozonikeza isiqiniseko saloko okubili ke okuhlukile okutholakele.
Okay. And then have you personally disagreed with your colleague who's done an examination comparison, came to a particular conclusion, and then you do the peer review and you differ with him, you come to a different finding?
My lord, if I get somebody's case to confirm the microscopic comparison or the microscopic results, and I find that I'm coming to a different conclusion, I'll also get another opinion, the third, and to come and assist and check it also and see maybe I saw something different or maybe first analyst saw something different. The third one will just do the comparison and will tell us if he also comes to a different conclusion or maybe he thinks maybe it's inconclusive or make it we go to another analyst to do the same thing.
Asithi ke manje mina ke kufanele ngibheke umsebenzi womunye umuntu bese ngiyathola ukuthi lokho akutholile kuhlukile kunalokho mina engikutholayo nami ke ngizothola umuntu wesithathu ukuthi bewuyena ke manje osezobheka ke ukuthi mhlambe mina ngibone ngenye indlela naloya ubone ngenye indlela sesizothola ke manje omunye okuyena ke naye futhi okufanele abheke lo msebenzi esiwenzile.
Sorry, I'm sorry to judge in. So this peer review, it's internal, is it not?
It's internal, my lord.
The chain of the peer review, for how far does it stretch?
My lord, it depends on if we see differences, then we'll continue to get somebody until we all sit down and check it all together. In this case, sorry.
Yeah.
Lokhu kwenzeka ngaphakathi noma into eyenziwa ke la emaphoyiseni ngoba umehluleli ufuna ukwazi ukuthi khamba kuyofica kuphike sizohamba kude siyofika la khona ke sizohlala phansi sonke ke sibonisane ke ngakho lokho.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, now in this instance, Colonel, you do a peer review of your colleague who's done an examination. You differ with him. You go to a second peer reviewer, and then say, for example, your colleague said it's a match, and then you see and examine, you come to a decision that it's inconclusive. Then you go to the second peer review, and then he goes to a match again. In that instance, because now it's 3 heads that have come to 2 conclusions, would we then consider that comparison a match or an inconclusive because the experts within that office do not agree on the final finding?
My lord, it will depend on the analyst who's working on the case. If he said it's a match, I said it's inconclusive. It's inconclusive for me because I didn't see sufficient agreement of matches. And the third analyst who comes and see it as a positive, then the analyst who's working on the case, it's either he will make it positive because there are 2 who said it's positive, now said it's inconclusive.
Asithi ke manje ke mina fanele ngibheke umsebenzi womunye bese mina ngingatholi ke lokho akutholile yena bese manje kuza omunye ke wesithathu yena ke avumelane ke nalo ekuyena ke osebenza ngalicala lona ke osebenza ngalicala usezothi yena ke ngoba ke manje i-positive ngoba ke babili ke manje abavumelana ngento eyodwa.
But then, Captain, say in your example, it's like in cricket when they say a stamping and it goes to VAR of cricket, they say umpire's decision stands. So the examiner's decision stands, irrespective of whether the first peer review said inconclusive, and then the third one says positive again. Is that not misleading to the court? Because then, in that instance, like I say, there were 2 heads that agreed, 1 that didn't agree. So it's a borderline case because what you saw, the other one didn't see. So you cannot say either or this way that this particular firearm fired this cartridge. Therefore, we in the office differed, and if we differ, the benefit must be the inconclusive finding. Wouldn't you say so?
My lord, I think we need to understand when I say it's inconclusive. When I say it's inconclusive, I'm not saying it's not this firearm.
Yes.
It can be this firearm, but I cannot find sufficient markings. So if he makes it positive because he's got another analyst who supported him that it's positive, it's fine, it can be positive. But I saw it as inconclusive because the markings that I saw were maybe not sufficient enough for me.
Lana kufanele sikwazike noma sikulandeleke ukuthi ke mina ke uma ngitheke akuphelele noma akwaneleke lokho engikubonayo noma ke engikutholile mina ke abe eseyadlulisa ke komunye yena ke athole ngendlela eyahlukile kule yami ke yena kuzothola ukuthi cha kwaneleke lokho ngoba ngimina kuphela obone ukuthi akwanele.
Now, let me come to this one aspect. I see, my lord, it's already 25 to 4. I'd ask at this juncture that we adjourn until tomorrow. Then I'll continue tomorrow.
Are you available tomorrow, sir?
I'm available, my lord.
This debate, Mr. Ramsepid, is very interesting. But this court is concerned about the actuality of this case.
Yes.
I can give you an example. I once handled a case, fingerprints, about 20 years ago. There was a guy called Captain Stedler. He was an expert on fingerprints. It was a case which concerned a freedom fighter of the ANC who was arrested in Bloemfontein. He had put on placards taking them from Lesotho. And when he was pasting them with the glue, his fingerprints overlapped onto the placards. The security cops caught him. They only found 6 points.
6 ridges.
Right, not ridges, or
Yes.
just 6 points
6
of
points,
identification.
yes.
And the law said 7, you remember?
Yes, I know.
We hired 2 specialists, fingerprint specialists from Scotland Yard.
Yes.
They came, they gave evidence. Colonel Stedler was alone. He had access to 2.5 million ID documents of South Africans. And our guy from Britain and Scotland, they came with theory.
Yes.
And the judge then was Ken Lewis. This guy just took 250,000 and told us that in South Africa, there are about 2.5 plus
Yes.
blacks. Then they were segregating blacks and
Blacks
white
and whites,
fingerprints.
yes.
Yeah. But you guys, you come and tell me about theory. This guy says he went over 250,000 fingerprints, and he never found 6, a fingerprint with 6 points.
points, yes.
Meaning that the conclusion is
Yes. It's negative, my lord.
it doesn't necessarily have to be 7.
Yes.
It depends on the modus operandi you used.
Yes.
He has 250,000
Yeah.
examples he went through, and not a single one has 6 points,
6
2 one,
points, yes.
2, who had 6 points of identification.
Yes.
Okay, are you with me, Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, about quality, yes.
Right,
No, thank
okay. Can we come tomorrow at 10?
Thank you, my lord.